Welcome into Guardians pregame here on Guardians TV, presented by Progressive. It is a beautiful Friday night here in downtown Cleveland, and the fans are filing in here at Progressive Field. The 30-25 Guardians are looking to keep their winning ways alive here this evening as they get started with a series against the 25-30 Los Angeles Angels. Your pregame coverage starts now.
What a night.
What a night.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our set here at Progressive Field. He is Chris Jimenez. I'm Kaylee Griffin in for Al Pulowski, who is in for Matt Underwood. So we'll hear from Al in just a little bit. Chris, this is my first time out here at the field working.
What do you think of the set?
I love it.
A little different being outside, right?
It is different.
Yeah.
The wind is blowing my hair, but we're taking it all in. And hey, the Guardians are getting started on a series with the Angels, and they're looking to build off the momentum they found in that comeback victory Wednesday afternoon against the Dodgers.
Was very, very nice to see, finally sneak one out against a very, very good team, very good team, very, very good team. World Series caliber team, actually. Thankfully for us, we will not see maybe that quite type of talent as we did see from the team up north in LA as we do the South team here.
Well, from one LA team to another, let's take a look now at our top of the order, and really no surprise, we are starting with Jose Ramirez. He's currently on a 21-game hit streak, the longest of his career and the longest for a Guardian since 2012 when Michael Brantley knocked in 22. Chris, what's gotten into Jose?
Oh man, I feel like we should be getting tired and bored of talking about Jose, but tired and boring is exactly where you want to be in the game, because that's why you're so good. I mean, he just continues to do it from both sides of the plate. You can see the 21-game hitting streak there. Hopefully 22 happens tonight, ties Bobby Witt's streak from earlier in this season.
Well, the Guardians have been flying high against the Angels here at Progressive Field. They've gone 24-3 since 2015. That's the best home record in any interleague matchup during that stretch. Something about this matchup, Chris.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of the trajectory of the way these two teams have gone the last few years, right? I mean, you're talking about the Angels getting over 6 years of Shohei Ohtani and not being in the playoffs. Poor Mike Trout, he's been there forever, and he's only seen 3 games in the playoffs in his Angel tenure. But that's not the same for the Guardians. They've been in the playoffs, a regular contender in the playoffs at that.
Well, the Guardians are going to look to keep those winning ways here tonight. How about a Guardian Angel Martinez, the game-winning swing on Wednesday afternoon? Chris, what are you most impressed with when it comes to his play recently?
This young man is extremely confident, number one. He has incredible swing decisions at the plate. You can see that confidence really start to protrude itself at the plate and defensively as well. He's been thrust into the position of center field, a position he is not necessarily used to playing. But my goodness, he's come in here. He's done a fantastic job defensively and offensively as well. Has not been overmatched a single bit this year.
And just 23 years old.
Yes.
So impressive.
I remember what I was doing at 23, and it wasn't that.
Yeah, certainly not that. Hey, for more on Angel Martinez, let's head down to the field now as we welcome in Andre Nod. And Andre, you're seeing it up close and personal. He has been something.
He has been something. But first of all, don't cleave the box. I want to hear about Chris in 2023. And why are you being so nice, Chris? When you got out of there, I don't have to hear about poor Mike Trout and all that other stuff.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's just game one, Andre. That's why I think
you're right. I got your back. Don't worry. No, the Angel Martinez story has been great. And I do love that you guys are talking about how he goes about doing things and the confidence that he has. Well, where does that confidence really come from? His father played in the big leagues. He also has a guy in Jose Ramirez that stood next to him and made him feel like he's supposed to be here. But when it all goes back to it, listen to him when you hear earlier this year when I said, hey, what do you feel like you need to do, Angel, to be in the big leagues and stick?
Having fun. No, I mean, I say having fun because, like, I'm already put, like, I really work on it. Like, I'm already have a good routine. I know, like, with a good routine, like, being disciplined, I know that I'm already at, like, it's going to carry themselves, like, I know, like, the consistency is going to come, so I just got to make sure, like, keep having fun.
What did it mean to look at your father in the eye after the season and be like, I made it, and like you made it?
Yeah, that was such a good, like, I came back home and we were just so happy because, like, in the offseason I worked with him and he knows, like, what it takes to make it to the big league and what it takes, like, to be every single day at the big league, and we already made sure that in the offseason we put the work, and he already know that I put it, so it was decided.
You still won't tell me your best position.
No, because I'm already, like, I know growing up I play like multiple positions, and I know already, like, that I got ability to play in any position, so that's why, like, I don't really like care for our position.
A very veteran answer from a very young man that's so talented. And really, we're just seeing the beginning of it. I love earlier this week, guys, when Stephen Vogt was asked, what's his favorite position to see Angel at? He said, on the field. We all laughed, but right now when you look at what he's doing in center field, as Chris just talked about, he's making a really good plea to be your center fielder every single day. And when you see the confidence and you see him continue to be able to do this, throwing guys out at second base, maybe, just maybe, the Guardians have found one of their future outfielders, not infielders, as he was drafted to be, guys.
Yeah, certainly something to pay attention to.
Trust me.
Especially with those swings, too.
Yeah, the swing just adds to the defensive capability part of it. Your favorite position is the one that they have you playing at that day. Trust me.
Well, let's keep the puns going because we got to, as we're talking about Angel Martinez. He was an Angel in the outfield.
I see what you did.
I might see myself out after this one. It was fun to start the show, but, you know, as Andre said, Stephen Vogt said he just likes to see him on the field. Chris, are you surprised at all about what he's been able to do, especially defensively?
Yeah, I think defensively, it's easy to see why he'd been surprised. You know, you heard him talk about playing multiple positions kind of coming up in the minor leagues, even as a younger player in the Dominican Republic. But it's a different beast here at the major league level. You know, they're out there working a ton before the game. I give him so much credit because not only what he's been able to do offensively on the field, but how he's put that preparation and that work in defensively, and really what it's translated to him is a total complete player.
I thought it was really interesting after the game when he hit that game-winning home run that he told Andre about his approach to that at-bat. He said, I take every approach the same. I want every at-bat to be just as important. What can you say about the maturity of that 23-year-old and how he's embracing the opportunities that he has?
That is extremely mature for at any age of somebody to talk to, right? Let alone a 23-year-old. I think it's, you know, you can see why his dad was a major leaguer, probably had a little bit of that upbringing of maybe of a different sort, I guess you could say. Maybe there's those conversations that have been had before, but it's so impressive to see him just slow everything down at the plate defensively. Really, he's never been overmatched. I've meant that too. When he's talking about at the plate in particular, it's easy to see why you can go up there and get overmatched quickly, but he just slows things down, calms himself down, and goes out there and takes it one pitch at a time.
He has been so impressive. Hey, for more on tonight's series, let's take a look at the roster moves, and there was a pretty big one here earlier today. Mike Trout was activated from the injured list. He's in the lineup, batting fifth here tonight, and the season numbers maybe don't really show what he's capable of, obviously. Correct. And how are you feeling about this one?
I would have rather he waited 3 days. Don't get me wrong on that. My goodness. Trust me, when Mike Trout's on the field, he is the best player on the field. There's no question about that. I know he's only hitting 179. He's got a 700 OPS this season. I don't want to have to pitch to him. The fact that he's in the lineup in particular completely changes how you have to navigate this lineup. He's in the fifth hole today to start DHing. You know, hopefully he just stays in that DH position. Yeah. We don't see him in the outfield because this guy's a special generational type talent.
It's going to be interesting to see how the Guardians handle him here tonight, but he is back as the Guardians get set for Game 1 with the Angels. We'll take a quick break here, but we got plenty more coming up.
Look at this guy.
On Guardians pregame. Julio Franco had quite the career, and he's going to join us at the desk next.
If you're a Rockies fan, they've got some young talent.
Pretty dynamic, everyday position club.
Starting to see some young guys with some serious talent. There's some speed and there's some pop.
I mean, I always keep a little chip on my shoulder.
He made the catch.
Crazy range, rocket arm.
They just need to have some guys that have breakout years. There's potential there to have that.
They're going to be competitive in every game.
There's a unicorn in Hollywood.
The lineup we know is incredibly deep, but that starting rotation is unlike anything I can remember.
I got them running the National League.
I think this is the first of like 4 or 5 straight world championships.
This is just an incredible wealth of riches.
He's in a world of his own. Strike 3 swinging. It's a dozen strikeouts for Tyler Glasnow. Walk on, win.
Every game night is a chance to go big with MLB Big Inning. Turn on baseball's only nightly show that brings you the biggest plays of the night, live and commercial-free.
Strikes him out.
No one stacks more clutch plays into one live show with up to 4 games on a single screen.
Out of here! He is on fire. It's a walk-off winner.
Change up game night with baseball's biggest game changer, MLB Big Inning, presented by Nissan. Every night, all season long on MLB.tv.
In the Guardians pregame as we get you set for game 1 of this 3-game series between the Guardians and the Angels. Tonight is Asian American Pacific Islander night here at Progressive Field. And take a look at some of the ceremonies and activities happening around our set, right outside here. Pretty special night here, so the fans taking it all in. And we've got a pretty special guest joining us here on the desk now. Let's just take a look at some of the stats from Julio Franco's career. He was an Indians infielder from 1983 to 1988, and then 1996-97. 23 years in the big leagues. He was a 3-time All-Star, a 5-time Silver Slugger, the AL batting champ in 91, 2,586 career hits. The accolades just keep on coming as we welcome in Julio Franco. Thank you so much for taking the time tonight. We appreciate it. How are you?
How are you? I'm doing great. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for being here again with you guys.
Of course.
I mean, it's been great.
Well, you're back here in Cleveland. I want to ask you, what are some of the favorite memories you have from playing here at this ballpark?
Well, I remember back in '96 when I hit a walk-off home run, and it was overwhelming. It was one of the greatest teams that I played for. We come together, and there he is.
There it is, right there.
And that's a great memory because it was a walk-off, and I remember that every day was a sold out. Every day was a sold out.
That's a lot of fun. I can remember watching games, I wasn't playing then yet, but watching games like that and just hearing, the number 455 right up here, how many consecutive games being sold out. That's pretty awesome. How about this? May 4th, 2007. You hit a home run, which you did a lot, by the way, at the age of 48. You don't even look 48 right now, first and foremost. But what was that like, being the oldest player to hit a home run?
Well,
I don't want to date you here. That's not where we're here.
But listen to this. I wasn't 48. I was 49 and 6 months at that time.
Bad information?
Yeah, I think we might have.
Yes.
But that's okay. And trust me, I trust the source.
I do too.
Yeah.
No, the thing is, it's a long story, but
here it is. And guess who it's off of?
Randy Johnson.
Good grief.
I think it's in the drink.
Pool?
I think it's in the
it
drink.
is in the drink. What was that like? I mean, just to not only to have the longevity that you had in your career, 23 years, that's an incredible.
No, the longevity, it came with hard work, dieting, a lot of lifting weights, a lot of stretching. It was a lot of stuff that going on in my life, but I never thought that I would play for this long, and at the end of my career, hit home runs against Randy Johnson. That's the top of my career.
That's so cool. Again, the longevity part of things, right? Do you feel like it was just, eating right, lifting weights? Because we're starting to see more and more players play into their early 40s, not late 40s. But how do you feel like the longevity side of this thing carried you through?
Well, I believe that whatever you set your minds to do, you accomplish. You have to set aside a lot of stuff that it's not going to help you accomplish what you want to do in life. And I wanted to play for a long time. When I was a little kid, I loved baseball, and I lost 2 years in Texas with bad knee back in 92, 93. 94, I'm playing Chicago, was a strike year. Then I went to Japan for 1 year. Still hurt. Nobody believed me.
Right.
And I knew I could continue hit. The only thing was my knees. But when my knees were healthy, I just couldn't run alone. And now playing until I was 49 years old.
That's amazing.
Unbelievable. Well, speaking of longevity, the Guardians, they have Carlos Santana. Now, he's 39, so there's a big difference, but he just reached 15 years of MLB service. What impresses you most about Carlos, and especially what he's doing right now?
Well, I'm going to tell you what. A lot of people are talking about these things, and the thing that you have to do is, nowadays, it's easier for players. Nowadays, it's easier for players because they have nutritionists. They have guys that give him massage after the game. They have guys that go on the road trip with them and work them out, and they make enough money to do all kind of stuff. The only thing they have to do is their mindset. I believe that whatever you accomplish here, it's easy to accomplish here. Everything that starts here, and people don't understand that. People don't understand the psychological part of life. Not only baseball. Whatever you want to accomplish, it's got to be doing mentally first. A lot of people think they can do it physically, but when the mental side comes, they can't handle it.
That's the biggest separator that I've seen, right? Is the guys that can handle it between your ears. Those are the guys that have a tendency to play a long time, have Hall of Fame type trajectory careers. The guys that don't necessarily handle it as well between your ears, the mental side of the game, those are the guys you see great talent from a physical perspective, but they're out of the game a lot sooner than they probably should be.
You know what it is, and people. I hope people can understand, especially players can listen to this. And they say that 80 or 90% of the game is mental, right? But you don't see a lot of guys with the mental coach.
Right.
You see a lot of guys with the strength and conditioning coach, guy that cook you food, diet, guy that stretch you. But the neuroscience of the game, what you want to accomplish here, you're not practicing. You know, you have to practice up here. You have to practice the mind, because when you start the game there, everything it becomes mental. It's the mental game of baseball that is going to take you over the hump when the hard times comes.
You want to know a guy that does a good job mentally? Jose Ramirez. What do you think about him?
Well, Jose Ramirez, man, he was here today about 1 o'clock hitting BP. And those are the things about him is he prepared himself. You know what they say, if you don't prepare yourself, you fail to prepare. He's always prepared himself. And now he's in great physical shape. He's lean, better than before. He's playing hard. And the other day, and a lot of people can see this. Yes, I think I was losing like 10-1.
Yeah.
He hit a ground ball to first base. And he runs so hard to first base that it was a bang-bang play. The pitcher drops the ball. The Guardians scored 3 more runs. You lost the game.
Yeah, right.
Well, you scored 3 more runs because he hustled the first base.
Exactly right.
And that's leadership.
Yep.
No question. Well, the Guardians are lucky to have Jose Ramirez, and they were very lucky to have you as well. Julio Franco, we appreciate you taking the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure to be here with you guys.
Did you take batting practice today?
No, but I don't want you to get hit.
Thank you.
He was looking out for us.
Yeah, thank you.
So thoughtful. We got more coming up here on Guardians Pregame, so stick around.
A star is born, talking about Jackson Churio.
Churio flips the scoreboard with a 4-pointer. He's coming into his own right before our eyes.
That truly believe in the presence and the person that Jackson Churio is.
You have to love the versatility he brings. He can play left field, he can play right field.
Youngest player in MLB history to record 20-plus homers, 20-plus stolen bases.
This is the first Brewer that had 2 home runs in a postseason game.
Jackson Churio! We got our hands up in the air, 'cause it's a party. We having fun here, 'cause it's a party. Oh my, this guy is next level. Oh my goodness.
Lots of great baseball coming, and good guess, by the way.
Play baseball like I'm still a young kid, like a little teenager.
Good luck trying to hit that, man. It's unhittable.
What a moment! This is the show that never ends.
MLB The Show 25, take 3.
What's up, guys? I'm Eli De La Cruz.
This is Paul Skeens.
Gunnar Henderson here. I am super excited to be sharing the cover of MLB The Show 25.
But we're gonna play for real?
This is a fun part right here. It's a huge honor to be on the cover with 2 great athletes.
Welcome to the show.
That's a wrap.
Here's a look at some Guardians fans in their on-field looks, brought to you by Rally House. And the last time these two teams met, Jose Ramirez had a big night against the Angels. Jose, what pitches were you hitting out in LA?
You know, bro, home run pitch 3 times.
Right like that. Deep right field. Back is Trout looking up. Goodbye. Jose Ramirez puts the Guardians on top 1-0.
Home run pitch.
He got that one. Deep right field. Back is Trout. He's out of room. It's out of here. We've got a brand new ball game.
Home run pitch.
And Jose hammers the next one. High and deep and way out of here. His 3rd home run of the night.
Home run pitch.
There's the home run pitch. Boom. Only the 2nd time in his storied career he's hit 3 home runs in a ball game.
You know, bro, home run pitch 3 times.
Jose Ramirez, just incredible. You and Al talk about his greatness almost on a nightly basis on this show. It still feels like maybe he's underappreciated around the league, but
somehow, yes.
What's most incredible is it feels like, and it's probably true, he's capable of doing that on any given night.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what makes it so awesome. And that's why you can't miss a game, because you never know what you're going to see from a guy like Jose Ramirez. You know, you heard Julio Franco talk about him busting it down the line in a game where they were down by a lot of runs. You know, it allowed the Guardians to score 3 more runs after that. He's very capable of hitting 3 home runs at any point in time. 3 hits, 21 game hit streaks. I mean, the stats continue to go on. And that's why I continue to say, Kaylee, that he's going to have a statue right out there here very shortly.
I absolutely believe it. Do you remember who was on the mound that night?
I do, actually. This poor guy right here, unfortunately for him, I think he remembers too.
Well, I was going to ask you, is that a little bit on your mind if you're Jose Soriano going into tonight's game? Are you thinking about that?
I want to say yes, but I'm imagining that he's probably just focusing on his pitch-to-pitch execution. Full well knowing, listen, this guy beat me 3 times on 3 separate pitches in 3 different locations of the plate. I may need to be a little bit more focused on exactly where I'm trying to attack a guy like Jose Ramirez.
Well, here's who he's facing tonight as we take a look at the Guardians lineup. Good to see Steven Kwan back.
Very much so.
He obviously left Wednesday's game after 3 innings with right wrist inflammation. It was deemed purely precautionary. Stephen Vogt said earlier today they just didn't like the way he looked when he was swinging. What are you watching for when it comes to Steven Kwan tonight?
Well, again, his ability to control the strike zone as a leadoff hitter is the best in baseball. I mean, he's turned himself into the premier leadoff hitter in baseball. And you can see here, look at the spray chart on the hits. He uses the entire field, does such an unbelievable job of getting himself in good counts to hit and barreling baseballs.
Well, speaking of Steven Kwan, he had a meeting of the Guardians Chess Club once again earlier today. He and his teammates, including Austin Hedges, Bo Naylor, Kyle Manzardo, many others as well. This has obviously become...
This is a good thing.
It's a great thing.
Especially for Bo. He rakes when he plays chess.
You were telling me this.
Yeah, right. This is a real thing. So I feel bad for Mr. Soriano out here today because hopefully nobody showed him the video of us playing chess. It just seems to lock these guys in. They do a great job after chess.
It's really cool.
I need to get involved in some chess play. I could have played better.
I've never played chess, but maybe it'll just help us all around.
I think let's try it.
All right. The walk-off's coming up next here on Guardians Pregame. Keep it here.
The power of baseball goes beyond the field.
We're able to use our platform and let these kids know that dreams are reachable.
It's very important to leave something behind to show our gratitude.
Stand up to cancer.
We are attacking your offices.
Together.
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 I think this is the Phillies' division to win.
Everybody knows their role within the team and are motivated collectively to go after that World Series ring.
Bryce Harper is one of the great faces of our sport.
Great ones do great things when it matters.
Trey Turner, just tools out of his mind.
Trey Turner, mammoth home run.
Zach Wheeler. But this guy has been nothing but sensational since he was signed.
This fan base loves us as a team. I love the city, man. A lot of fun to be able to go in the bank every single day.
They are a complete team. Time to win for the Phillies.
Hey, Chicago, what do you say? Cubs are going to win today.
This is their chance to have another run. This is their time.
This is the Cubs' division to lose this year. They need to be singing the song quite a bit this year.
That's hammered. Kyle Tucker, welcome to the Cubs. Gone! Dansby swats it.
He's one of the most talented ball players.
Pete Crow Armstrong, what a stud.
Shota Imanaga, it's about falling in love with him.
Seiya Suzuki with a grand slam.
And this is when you put the pedal to the metal.
I think we got a really good team.
The Angels lineup here tonight, and obviously all eyes go to that 5-hole. Mike Trout back in the rotation here this evening. Steven Vogt said he hopes for a slow start, but it is always best when the best in the world are playing this game.
It certainly is. And again, I don't know if this is a trick or what, because you see the batting average there. Mike Trout has the lowest batting average in the starting lineup. I don't think I like that.
No, there's something iffy about that one tonight. He will be facing Luis Ortiz, and take a look at his pitching arsenal. And Chris, where is he most effective?
Well, he's most effective in the strike zone, and I know that sounds a little weird to say, but he does such a good job of going east to west with that two-seam breaking ball slider cutter combo. The hardest thing for him is trusting his stuff in the strike zone. It can move so much on any given day. I do wonder if the wind blowing today a little bit affects that two-seamer. We shall see, but getting him in the strike zone is going to be really important today.
He's been really solid here at Progressive Field this season. What needs to be his approach?
Throw strike one. That's the key.
Strike one.
Strike one. See, it's that easy.
That's going to do it for Guardians pregame. Chris and I will be back here after the game. Al, Rick, and Andre have the call.
The Mets were a great story last season. You got to think the expectations are sky high. They know that they're built to win.
I love the additions.
Juan Soto to the Mets. It's real.
This is landscape changing that changes the arc of the Mets.
We want to make a dynasty.
Really like their bullpen a lot.
The ball game is over. Put it in the book.
It's going to take everything from everybody.
We got to stay together and we got to post up.
Your day in baseball starts with MLB Central.
Let's get it started.
Lead off your morning with in-depth breakdowns.
Perfect balance.
Boom. Interviews with the players.
Get back to the fastball. I know what that passion feels like.
And a little bit.
Keeping. You behave properly.
Hey.
Of everything else.
Come on, Marlins.
The window seats are.
The baseball day begins with MLB Central. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern. Only on MLB Network.
If you're not watching this show, you're the problem. Hey, Chicago, what do you say? Cubs are going to win today.
This is their chance to have another run. This is their time.
This is the Cubs' division to lose this year. They need to be singing the song quite a bit this year.
That's hammered. Kyle Tucker, welcome to the Cubs. Gone! Dansby swats it.
He's one of the most talented ball players.
Pete Crow Armstrong, what a stud.
Shota Imanaga, it's about falling in love with him.
Seiya Suzuki with a grand slam.
And this is when you put the pedal to the metal.
I think we got a really good team.
Major League Baseball welcomes you to the following presentation of the Cleveland Guardians.
For the past 10 seasons, Jose Ramirez has been one of the best hitters in baseball. Right now, he's more dangerous than he's ever been. He'll take a career-high 21-game hit streak into tonight's game against the reeling Angels, who have lost 5 straight. But for the first time in a month, the Halos will have arguably the best all-around player of his generation back in the lineup in Mike Trout. It's Trout versus Ramirez, Guardians and Angels, next on Guardians TV, presented by Progressive. Overcast night here tonight in Cleveland. Welcome in. Al Pulowski from Ed Underwood. Rick Manning next to me. And Rick, some good news tonight as we take a look at our Elk and Elk injury report. Steven Kwan will be in the lineup batting atop the order.
Yeah, we certainly had a scare on Wednesday. In that game, he took a swing and you could see the right hand or the right wrist was really bothering him at that point in time. He grounded out in this at-bat. He ended up coming out of the ball game, but he was able to have treatment last night on the off day, early this morning, and he's back in the lineup tonight, which is very good.
How about this guy, Angel Martinez, really seeming now to make center field his home.
He certainly is. He feels very comfortable out there. He's getting better with every game he plays. Not only is he playing good defense, he had a great game on Wednesday where he was hitting the baseball all over the place. He's been great from the right side of the plate. The 3-run homer gave him the win in that ball game. So he looks like he's on a move and it's going upward.
Looks to fit pretty well in that 2-hole as well, right in front of Jose.
Yes, he does.
And speaking of Jose Ramirez, we'll talk more about him coming up next with Andre Nod. Jose is one of those guys that you put the ball on the plate, he hits it. You put it off the plate, he hits it as well. The ramifications facing J-Ram. Coming up next with Andre. Guardians Baseball is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Step up to the plate for savings. Visit Progressive.com. Your local Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. And by Levin Furniture and Mattress, your mattress headquarters.
Pizza. It's a great night for baseball.
This matchup features some of the best talent in the game. A lot of power, a lot of marquee names.
Here we go. Buckle up, folks.
There's a guy who wants to be in the spotlight.
The bats have come alive. A showstopper. We're just playing Powerball.
This place doesn't know what hit them.
These teams are entertaining, are they not? The show continues.
Experience game-to-game coverage of the night's biggest moments, live and commercial-free. MLB Network Strike Zone, Wednesday and Friday nights all season.
There were 2 guys. Both guys drove to work. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket. One guy didn't. Both guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
There's an easier way. From little fixes to big projects, taking care of your home is easy with Thumbtack. Download the Thumbtack app and start caring for your home today.
Cards and Angels here tonight at Progressive Field. Our Bet365 betting odds for today's game. Jose Ramirez, of course, a key piece to what's happening in Cleveland right now, having a great month of May. Currently on the longest hitting streak of his career. It began back on May 6th. The last day he didn't have a hit was May 4th. During that time, 13th through the 16th, he had a home run in 3 straight games. And Jose Ramirez is batting almost 400 during this time as well. So he's as dangerous as they come right now. Andre Knott joins us on the field. Andre, Jose Ramirez, he's a guy that strikes fear into opposing pitchers, and I guess maybe his teammates too.
Yeah, just a little bit. You know what? You said the 4th. Isn't that when you said, like, made the 4th be with you or something like that?
Right.
Maybe he's not a Star Wars fan like me. See,
That's
I
what it
listen
is.
to you.
Yep.
What he's been able to do has been tremendous. Nolan Jones and everyone else feels that way for this team because you look at where the offense has been and who they've played against, and then you look at the pitches he's hit. Even when you talk to his teammates, guys, they are astounded that he's able to keep this hit streak going when every team knows he's the guy you have to stop.
It definitely makes it tough on pitchers when you got a guy like that who he can handle pitches above the zone, below the zone, off speed, hard, you know, everything he can cover and slug. It changes the game.
He covers a lot. Whether it's, I mean, we've seen him hit homers on balls below the zone, balls outside, balls inside, balls above. Like, there's not really a very solid plan. You kind of just got to go up there and just do whatever you think's going to work in the moment, I guess.
First time I ever played in Cleveland was 2017, and I was doing my scouting reports. It's like my first year starting, and I go over the scouting report with our pitching coach, and I'm like, who is this Jose Ramirez guy? He's like 5'2", and there's nowhere to pitch him. He's like, I know. I don't know what we do. And I was like, do we just walk him? He's like, no, he'll steal second and third then. And I'm like, so we don't have a chance? He's like, nope. And so that's how you scout for him. You just don't have a chance.
Arch has got a tough character to go against today, but he's already hit home runs off of Soriano, somebody that doesn't give him up. So does he have a chance? That's the question, and why you got to stay right here and listen to Al and Arch as we get ready to see if Jose Ramirez can continue his hit streak and continue scaring his opponents. Arch and Al.
All right, he's done well against Soriano in the past. 4 for 10, 3 homers. He's got 2 of them this year, so I'm looking for good things tonight for Jose.
We'll see what Jose Ramirez does tonight against the Angels and Jose Soriano. He's been dominated against them in his career. And the Angels, they've ended Cleveland. Guards are 24-3 since 2015 against him.
At MLBshop.com, you can get all the latest officially licensed merchandise for you and your family. But if you really want to level up your game, you can grab something for your dog walker, your Pilates instructor, your swim coach, your neighbor, your accountant, your gardener, your best friend, your bandmate, your boss, your kid's teacher, your mailman. Visit MLBshop.com and stock up on officially licensed on-field merchandise from your favorite teams.
If you're a Rockies fan, they've got some young talent.
Pretty dynamic, everyday position club.
Starting to see some young guys with some serious talent. There's some speed and there's some pop.
I mean, I always keep a little chip on my shoulder.
He made the catch.
Crazy range, rocket arm.
They just need to have some guys that have breakout years. There's potential there to have that.
They're going to be competitive in every game.
The face of the game of baseball is running through this guy right here.
That dude has electricity coming out of his pores.
You're changing the sport, man. I go out there every day and give them 100%.
Every day he does something that draws your attention.
Green is cooking with gas.
It feels like he's finally put it all together. I think Hunter Green's about to become a super ace of a playoff team. That's what the Cincinnati Reds are going to be in 2025.
Guardians TV is presented by Progressive. Here tonight, Asian American and Pacific Islander night at Progressive Field. Game 1 of a 3-game set between Cleveland and the LA Angels. After one Los Angeles team headed out, the Dodgers on Wednesday The Los Angeles Angels come to town. Let's take a look at the starting pitcher for Cleveland tonight, Luis Ortiz. Arch.
He's going to be our Toyota starting pitcher. Ortiz making his 11th start. You can see the record 2-5. He's pitched much better at home. He's got a 1-2 record, but a 2.42 ERA. The offense has to pick him up a little bit. He gets the least run support in the American League. And you know, Soriano's not far behind either.
Right.
So we'll see what happens. It should be a good pitching matchup.
Let's check the lineup from around Washington and the Angels tonight. Zach Neto will lead it off. Shanuel, Ward, Soler. Mike Trout back. He's batting 5th tonight as the designated hitter. Typically a 2 or a 3-hole hitter, but not tonight. Logan O'Hoppe. But a very good season for the Angels. Then Adele. Scott Kingery will be playing in the majors for the first time since 2021. And then Luis Rengifo is at third base. Cloudy and 66 degrees here. So we get set for first pitch tonight in Cleveland alongside Rick Manning, Al Pulowski, Andre Knott on the field. Dave Ricchini producing, Mike Simons directing. A good start for Ortiz. Some good movement on that pitch, Arch. A 4-pitch mix, 4-seamer, slider, cutter, sinker, and change.
He has excellent movement on his pitches. That's sometimes how it gets him in trouble because it's tough to find the strike zone sometimes. But he likes pitching in this ballpark. He averages over 12 strikeouts per 9 innings at home, and that's a good sign.
0-2 to Zach Neto.
Doesn't look like he liked that last call.
No. Taking a little time there as he steps back into the batter's box. Batting .281 for the Angels this year. Hard to second base. Schneemann. One away.
All right, let's check out the defense for the Guardians tonight. It looks like this in the outfield. Good sign. Kwan is in left, Martinez in center, Jones over and right. Ramirez at third, Arias the shortstop, Schneemann is at second, Santana at first, and Bo Naylor doing the catching.
So one out for Nolan Shanuel. Batted third for the Angels on Wednesday night against the Yankees. A 2-hole here as Ortiz just misses with that 4-seamer. Two and 0 now to the Angels' first baseman. He'll be followed by Taylor Ward here in this first inning in Cleveland.
The Angels are a team that they can hit the long ball. They have hit 79 home runs as a team, which is second best in this league.
Back up the middle, but playing it perfectly. Arias, 2 down. So a couple of ground balls for Luis Ortiz. He's had 3 straight starts, Rick, where he hasn't had a lead at all. Last time he had a lead was on May 6th.
Well, I mean, you go think about it. The beginning of the month, we're almost done with May. After tomorrow, tomorrow's the last day. He's just been one of those guys they haven't been able to score when he's been on the mound, but he's got to continue to keep doing his thing. Going out there and trying to shut him down. In his last start against Detroit, you know, he had a no decision. He went to 5 innings, but all 3 runs he gave up were in the first inning.
He starts off Taylor Ward with a strike.
Rick, Al, you look at Taylor Ward, he basically tells you where the Angels are at. He was player of the week just 2 weeks ago where he tore things up and they were on an 8-game win streak. Since then, 2 for 20 in his last 5 games.
Yeah.
And it kind of goes along with their losing streak. They're riding the wave of Taylor.
Yeah, the long ball?
Yes.
Well, you know, they were on an 8-game winning streak, Andre, and now they're on a 5-game losing streak. And Ward was a guy that took Ortiz deep out there, and so did O'Hoppe in that lineup. They were swinging the bat very well when we saw him earlier.
O'Hoppe's the one you got to circle. He's the one that scares me because he's a big catcher that can hit the long ball.
He was locked in when we were there.
Yes.
He was hitting it to right field, right center when we got off to a start, our first road trip.
Ward does lead the Angels with 15 homers. Hits that one to right center. Heading over, Jones runs it down, and the Angels go 3 up, 3 down in the top of the first. Scoreless in Cleveland. Guardians coming to bat.
Wearing regular shoes feels this cramped. Or glide step wide fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins feel like this. With Skechers slip-ins, just step in, no bending down, no touching my shoes. Try wide fit Skechers slip-ins.
It's a great night for baseball.
This matchup features some of the best talent in the game. A lot of power, a lot of marquee names.
Here we go. Buckle up, folks.
There's a guy who wants to be in the spotlight.
The bats have come alive. A showstopper.
We're just playing Powerball.
This place doesn't know what hit him.
These teams are entertaining, are they not?
The show continues.
Experience game-to-game coverage of the night's biggest moments, live and commercial-free. MLB Network Strike Zone, Wednesday and Friday nights all season.
Man, these seats. Right? I wonder how the other guys are doing.
I spent hours finding a deal on these.
Trash. You should have used Game Time. The easiest way to find only the best deals for the best seats with their Game Time picks. What time is it? Game Time.
Bottom of the first here in Cleveland. Angels and Guardians tonight. Series opener. Guardians lineup brought to you by Progressive. Steven Kwan in his familiar spot atop the Guards lineup, followed by Angel Martinez, then Jose, Kyle Manzardo, Carlos Santana, and Daniel Schneemann the middle third. Arias, Naylor, and Jones the bottom third here tonight at Progressive Field.
Jose Soriano is making his 12th start of the year. He does not have a win at home. He pitched very well on the road. He's 3-2 with a 2.35 ERA. This guy has good stuff. He's got a sinker, a knuckle curve that he throws, and those two pitches will be 75% of the time.
You start Steven Kwan off with a strike right down the middle. Also has a splitter, four-seamer, and slider you could see from time to time. Sarge pointed out he's got some wicked stuff that turns into ground balls. Kwan pops that one out of play to the left, but 65% of his outs are ground balls.
Well, he keeps it on the ground. That's as good as you get. Hard to find out. He missed some time last year. I mean, when we saw him, this guy can make a hitter look very bad and make weak contact. There's one guy, though, he has a tough time with, and you're going to see him in this inning.
Yes, Arch, when we saw him last year, he was just coming out of the bullpen.
There's your ground ball. Oh,
great diving play by Kingery, but he throws it away, and then a great stop by O'Hoppe before it gets into the dugout. So Kwan is safe at first base, and O'Hoppe saved an extra base by making a diving backup play.
That was a beautiful play by O'Hoppe backing up. And he was going to rob Kwan of a hit, but the throw, he tried to rush it. He had a little more time than he thought. Beautiful effort, but the throw goes wild. So there was two good defensive plays there. The throw was not very good, but the backup right here was phenomenal.
It's a single for Steven Kwan. So he's aboard to lead it off for Cleveland. Here's Martinez. Looks at one just off the plate. Angel with that big 3-run homer against the Dodgers on Wednesday to break a 4-4 tie in the 8th. Talked about Martinez, Arch, getting very comfortable now in center field.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's taken to it very well. And the one part I like about him is he gets aggressive out there where he'll call people off in the gaps when he can get to it and it has some air underneath it. He's going to be a good one. He just has to get comfortable out there.
Makes that one low, 2-1. And looking like he could be the prototypical number 2 hitter for this lineup for Cleveland. Still young, still got to figure it out, but early signs are pretty good.
They've been looking for a number 2 hitter all year. And so far, this guy, he was in the number 2 hole the day, you know, he had a chance to hit the home run against the Dodgers. And he's young. When you look at him, he probably fits and plays off better in the lower part of the lineup, but they need somebody to hit between Kwan and Ramirez. And here's a switch hitter. Why not? He just has to get a little time and experience. He's still learning.
He's ahead in the count here. That one on the inside corner. Perfect pitch by Soriano to Run the count full.
Not much he could do with that one, boy. That was in on the hands. He felt it was inside.
So a full count to Martinez. He uses his timeout here. We'll see if there's any movement at first base with Steven Kwan with the full count. Kwan bluffs a steal. Now he goes as the ball is fouled.
Well, it wouldn't be a bad time to start him. You're just figuring that Martinez will put the ball in play. So get a guy a head start early in a ball game. As you know, he's a ground ball pitcher. You can try and stay out of the double play right there and hope he doesn't swing and miss. That's all.
When we were talking about Soriano on the last at bat, the thing around Washington did is he gave him confidence. He said he saw him work so well in the bullpen last year that he had to see what he would be as a starter, and now he's become their #1.
Yeah, he's going to become a good one.
Yes.
And towards the end of the year, they had to shut him down, in August because he had, they say, tired arm. He was hurt earlier than that.
But it was because they had taken him out of the pen and they got the numbers up. Really, when you look at he and Ortiz, they almost had the same season last year. Started in the bullpen, then became big-time starters.
And both of them have outstanding arms. There it is.
On the ground to second. Kingery starts the double play, and at first he's out. It is a twin killing. 4-6-3, and just like that, 2 are erased for the Guardians. Time now for Hyundai in the driver's seat as Jose Ramirez will step to the plate now with nobody on base and 2 outs. Jose with a 21-game hitting streak that is a career high. It's the longest hit streak for a Cleveland switch hitter in the history of the Indians and the Guardians. So look at his numbers. Takes the first pitch outside for a ball, and Jose Ramirez, guys, has been so good for the last 10 years, but I think right now he's at his most dangerous.
He's playing very good baseball. He's doing what it takes. You know, whatever the situation is called upon, he's been able to do it well. You've got a manager in that other dugout that he will not hesitate to walk them.
Right.
If you get guys on base or there's a situation in this game, Ron Washington has been beaten by him before. And he will definitely.
I asked him 10 minutes for the first pitch.
What he said.
I can't say the words he said, but he ain't throwing to him.
Well, Soriano was able to get him to ground out there. So the Guardians retired in the first. No score in Cleveland.
Attention golfers, all this month when you get fit for PXG's exceptional golf clubs, we're giving you a free gift. 1 dozen PXG Extreme Tour or Tour X golf balls on the house. That's right, get fitted for PXG and get a box of balls that Golf Ball Addict ranks the #1 and #2 golf balls of 2025 at no charge. Book your fitting now at PXG.com or a PXG location near you and see what we can do for your game. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Never clean your gutters again with LeafGuard. LeafGuard's seamless design keeps leaves, pests, and sediment out while directing water away from your home, preventing wood rot and foundation decay, giving you peace of mind that your home and family are protected from water damage with the industry's premier maintenance-free gutter system. Call 844-6LeafGuard right now for 75% off installation plus $200 off your purchase. LeafGuard, get it today. Protected for life.
The Angels, 15,000 fans will receive a Tanner Bybee City Connect bobblehead courtesy of Discount Drug Mart. Come down early for live entertainment. $2 Miller Lights in the pregame in the right field district. Get your tickets at CLEGuardians.com.
Middle third of the order for the Angels here in the second inning. Soler, Trout, and O'Hoppe facing Luis Ortiz. Great pitch by Ortiz there at 97 to nail the outside corner with that sinker. 1-1 now to Jorge Soler. Just off. Soler always with a lot of power. 7 homers this year, maybe a little bit below his typical pace.
But you know what home run hitters do when you get hot, they get on a roll. Yep. He's been one of those guys that, you know, you can do that. That's this lineup, and it seems like this lineup can be an all or nothing lineup.
That's a great point. You've got Ward with 15 homers, but he's batting .218. Soler with 7, .225. Trout with 9 homers, only .179 batting average this year.
I know Hoppy 14, but he's hitting .260, a little better average.
Yep. Soler went for it there. Now the count is full. Just got a piece. Straight back on that cutter. And we talked about Ortiz in that 5-pitch mix, so he can give you different looks even if you see him a couple of times through.
Yeah, he will, and I mean he'll use those pitches. You want to see him get that sinker rolling first to get those hitters, you know, that first time through. That's tough as a right-handed hitter to get that ball in off your hands right there.
Sure.
You know, that's tough. Usually if you're going to hit him with or hit his sinker, you're going to have to take him to right field and go inside out with that.
We'll see what he comes up here on this 3-2. Upper part of the zone.
Look at now. You see, he got the same thing happened in his last start in Detroit, where he got upset, and he ended up. It started hurting him because he caved in because of the call. That was a strike. Should have been called, but it wasn't. I mean, and just watch. You see that body language out there. That other team picks that up, and they, you know, they'll say, "Okay, good, let's go." He did this in his last start. You got to forget about
it. That's what Carl went out and told him, because that inning got away from him. If you remember, he threw too many pitches against Detroit because it happened. And Carl said you cannot let one pitch change.
You know what? It was all in the first inning too, Andre.
Yes, it was.
And now he has Trout with a 1-0 count. That'll leave it at a 1-1. First time that Trout has been in the lineup for a month. His last game was back on April 30th. See his numbers. And again, that average, not typical Trout, but those home runs.
Yeah, he got off to a great start with the long ball. And then again, that got hurt.
There's a shot, but it's caught by Hosey at third to first.
Almost.
Look at the one out on Trout. Great pick by Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, that ball smoked. It had some top spin, and he picked it up right off the ground, and just reactions throws it over there. Soler tried to break to second base and almost got caught, but he got back in time.
Must be nice to sit out a month and hit the first ball you swing at that hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't see him out rehabbing.
No.
He did have 1 or 2, I think.
Yeah, he smoked that ball, but Jose was right there. Now O'Hoppe takes strike 1 from Ortiz. Straight back, and quickly it's 0-2 on O'Hoppe.
Any ball straight back, you got to catch. Arch doesn't move, just so you know.
I'm ready.
Right.
I've got my glove. Well, I don't have my glove, but I'll dive for it.
We need you all weekend. Don't hurt yourself.
Here's our stats with Lowe's for Logan O'Hoppe against Cleveland this year. He really did some damage back in April in Anaheim. In the air to right towards the seats. That'll be foul and out of play. O'Hoppe is really coming on. You talked about his power. He also has 30 runs batted in to lead the Angels in that category.
This is a good, young, strong catcher. And I mean, I think last year he was more of a pull hitter. But when we saw him in L.A. early in the year, he was taking him out to right center. He had a great series. He was locked in.
Another foul ball, this time to the left.
Heads up, Andre. They're shooting for you on Friday.
Tell the Polish Mafia to come down here.
Right.
Every time.
Get my partner. We'll see what we can do down there to help you out.
Yeah, I bet.
Again, the 0-2 from Ortiz. That one in the dirt. Good block by Naylor. Ortiz now at 27 pitches, 17 of those for strikes.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about many of these guys running. The only one that you're worried about is maybe their leadoff hitter, Neto.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just concentrate on getting the hitters out.
Short. Arias couldn't come up with it. It's into left field.
That ball was hit very hard.
Certainly was.
So and that's a do or die. You just get up there, and Arias just couldn't make the play. That's a quick pick. Short off. That had to be close to 100 miles an hour going out in there. So that's the first hit for them. And of course it goes to O'Hoppe.
So now the Angels with something going here in the second. Runners at first and second, and one away for Joe Adell. Ortiz gets ahead of him, 0-1. Dell a couple 3 years ago when he was coming up through their system. They thought he could be quite a hitter here at the major league level. Still trying to find that consistency though. Fights that one off to right field. That'll be a base hit. Coming around third and scoring is Soler. And the Angels have an early 1-0 lead. Second hit of the night for the Angels, and the RBI for Adell. That's his 22nd of the year.
That's the good approach against Ortiz. Watch, he stays in. There's that sinker. You try to pull it, you're going to get a ground ball, or he's going to beat it into it. You just stay with that ball. He flares it out to right and gets himself an RBI and moves the runner. So they'll have it first and third and just one out now and take the early lead.
So O'Hoppe checks in at third. You see Adell there at first. Infield is halfway here. And pitch away to Scott Kingery, who's playing in his first major league game. This is his first appearance at the plate since 2021. He was just recalled a couple of days ago for the Angels. He's ahead in the count here, 2-0.
Well, you look at the way this infield is set up. But Schneemann at second is just playing right at the base. There's a lot of hole between first and second.
And he played in that one game in 2022. Didn't get a plate appearance though. Yeah, he's got some space. So he takes a strike there, and a pretty good pitch by Ortiz.
A nice four-seam fastball right there. Down. That's a pretty much unhittable pitch. I'd keep throwing that one.
Grounder to third. Hosey will try to turn two to second for one. On to first. And the Guardians are out of the inning, only allowing the one run. So it could have been worse. The Angels score a run on a couple of hits. Jose Ramirez with a good start to that 6-4-3. 1-0 LA.
If you know luxury, it's not just award-winning, it's rewarding. Saatva Mattresses supports all types of sleepers. Luxury is handcrafted and assembled in American factories and brought directly to you with our complimentary in-home delivery and setup service. Which is why over 90% of customers would recommend Saatva to friends and family. Saatva, luxury mattresses made affordable.
The true West has no fences. There's an edge, but you gotta find it. Find comfort from the traditions that help define it, and the confidence from having the courage to defy it. But being brave isn't about being different. It's about being yourself. Now, we might not need more people in the West, but would it hurt to have a little more West in the people?
1-0 as we head to the bottom half of the second inning here at Progressive Field in Cleveland. Hitters 4, 5, and 6 in Stephen Vogt's order tonight. Manzardo, Santana, and Schneemann do. Kyle Manzardo, the cleanup hitter, will start it off. There's Stephen Vogt. Had a great rookie year as manager, having another good campaign this year. The team 5 games above 500. One and one to Manzardo. That swing and miss there on that sinker.
That was pretty much a challenge fastball right there. He got it by him.
Soriano will throw the sinker half the time, 50%. That two-seam fastball. As Manzardo fouls that one off. But, you know, again, we talk about the ground balls he gets, Rick, and it's mainly because of that and his knuckle curve.
Yeah, that movement. And when he has that knuckle curve working, it's nasty as well. That's when the strikeouts can come. But you should get a pitch to hit if you can get yourself in a count.
Zardo able to lay off that one to even the count at 2-2. Zardo hits it hard, just foul.
There was that knuckle curve. Looked like he left up a little bit. Manzardo was ready for it.
It certainly was. Just a touch out in front.
Boy, he pulled it down that line. Umpire, get out of the way.
It's Trip Gibson over at first base. Marvin Hudson's calling the balls and strikes tonight, the crew chief. The 2-2. Just off the plate there.
Good take.
That's a tough one to lay off.
Yeah, it is. But now he's back to a full count. Be nice to answer that run they put on the board.
Certainly would. And Manzardo, pretty good plate appearance, able to work a walk to lead off the second for Cleveland.
Yeah, very good. Very good at bat there for him. Down in the count, ends up walking. Something they've been doing much better in about the last 3 or 4 weeks, Al. They've been taking some more pitches and, you know, letting that next guy come up and do it. Not swinging at all these pitches that are borderline and they can take a chance to get a walk.
And here's a guy that's been hitting the baseball in May. Carlos Santana takes ball 1 here. Had a rough month of April, and that's been typical of his career.
Right.
But then he starts to get going in May, and here we are in 2025, and he gets going in May.
He's on an 8-game hitting streak. We're turning the calendar, though, but nobody tell Carlos. Tell him it's still May.
Absolutely.
In about another week or 2.
Carlos knows. I told you. He told me mid-April. Al, he goes, this is better than I usually am. Don't tell anybody. Because I think I'm doing all right. So he knows what we all know. And with the way he's wearing those pants, Al, he's hoping those sinkers don't get caught strikes on him.
Yeah, no kidding.
Right, he's trying to put his knees up to the waist.
That's not a strike up. My knees are up here.
You gotta be kidding me. That ball's too low.
Looks like he's got his shorts on.
Yeah.
Neto's the same way.
Yes, he is.
It's down on the count here, 1-2 with Manzardo on first base.
Oh,
he got the call there. Well, Carlos is also known in his career as a guy that's got an exceptional eye at the plate, so he'll get those calls sometimes.
Absolutely. Yeah, that ball was in the zone. He got a break. Yeah, you earned that.
A little foul that one off. You know, to be 39 years old, to be in the shape that he is in, to be the best defender he has ever been, won the Gold Glove last year.
Yeah, he's worked very hard to do that. And, you know, he's very proud of it. You should be. How many guys can play a professional sport at 39 years old?
Not many. The ground to second. Kingery to second for 1. On to first, and another double play for the Angels.
There's the double. There's the ground ball machine.
We were talking before the game, Arch, how the Angels turning double plays very effective this year. Here's another.
Well, I'll tell you what, they have now 68 double plays they've turned. And, you know, they could be a sloppy team. They've got 3 more errors than the Guardians have. But, boy, they have turned a lot more double plays. Guardians with 43 double plays.
Yep.
And now the Angels have 68.
Arch, who's their manager and who works guys more than anybody else?
Absolutely. The infielder, Ron Washington.
The first thing
you're so right.
The first thing he said to me, he goes, "Is Freddie Freeman out here taking balls before?" I go, "Yep." He still stays on guys he coached years ago, guys.
Yeah.
It's a grounder to second by Schneemann. He's retired by Kingery. And the Guards are done in the second. 1-0 after 2 in Cleveland. Third inning coming up next.
The MLB Network podcast is here. Join your favorite on-air personalities for unique perspectives, in-depth interviews, and untold stories from on and off the field. The MLB Network podcast, presented by New Balance. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
Every game night is a chance to go big with MLB Big Inning. Turn on baseball's only nightly show that brings you the biggest plays of the night, live and commercial-free.
Strikes him out.
No one stacks more clutch plays into one live show with up to 4 games on a single screen.
Out of here! He is on fire. It's a walk-off winner.
Change up game night with baseball's biggest game changer, MLB Big Inning, presented by Nissan. Every night, all season long on MLB.tv.
There's a look at our Defy Wire Cam here this season at Progressive Field, one of our new additions here with the Guardians broadcast, powered by Major League Baseball. Give you some great shots, some great angles. We're excited to have that for you. Top of the third, 1-0 Angels. Luis Rengifo to lead it off, then back to the top of the order. It's that one up the middle. Arias. The nice play to retire Rengifo. 1 out here in the third inning. And back to the top, and Zach Neto will ground it out to Schneemann to lead off the game. And Neto this year, even though he hits leadoff, Arch, he's a guy that can take you deep. 9 home runs this year for Neto.
Yeah, he's got good pop. He missed some time. He had shoulder surgery in the offseason, and he didn't start out with him, and he's a big part of this offense. He's one guy that can play.
And speaking of pop, he's had 4 leadoff home runs here in this month of May.
Well, I saw one that he hit. It was off Tariq Skubal, and Soriano was on the mound, and it was a 1-0 game for a while. But first pitch, he hit it out, and they had a lead, but they couldn't hold on. They ended up losing that game in the 9th inning.
He's down in the count, 0-2 here. Ortiz once again ahead in the count. That one foul. .27 of the 39 pitches strikes for Luis Ortiz. Foul ball. This one straight back by Neto. Ortiz has the lowest runs of support in Major League Baseball, just 2.7.
Yeah, that's tough to do. Just keep this game 1-0 right now. They have the lead. We got to keep waiting till that offense goes.
And he's got his first strikeout right there of Neto. And let's step aside for a message from Levin Furniture and Mattress.
With Lazy Boy recliners starting at $399. Nobody sells Lazy Boy for less than Levin. LevinFurniture.com.
So 2 away for Shanuel. Grounded out to short his first time up. Takes strike 1 there. So Ortiz now in the groove here in this 3rd inning. Rain starting to fall here in Cleveland. There was a small percentage chance of it, but here it is.
We got the
life
small
off the shores of Lake Erie, right?
Thought this ball hit him, but it did not. He get it out of the way.
Looked like he lost his grip there too. This wetness.
Well, hey, this is the weather we like. We're mutters now.
There you go.
We're used to it.
Especially after what you saw in Minneapolis and then Detroit on that road trip.
Right. People just taking cover. They didn't expect it.
1-2 on Shanuel. Ortiz looks for his second strikeout. Up the middle, a base hit. 3rd of the game for the Angels, and they've got a runner aboard with 2 outs here in the 3rd inning.
Did a nice job muscling that ball on the ground to get into center field. They were playing him over more to pull, but he goes right back up the middle. Got himself a 2-out base knock.
Yeah, nice piece of hitting with 2 strikes. That'll bring Taylor Ward to the plate. Flew out deep to right center, and Nolan Jones his first time up. Takes that one off the plate for ball 1. Taylor Ward always a threat to go deep. Up the middle, Ortiz knocked it down, couldn't find it.
That hurt.
Now he does, guns it, awry at first base. And now Jones is hustling and around third with the big turn.
Oh, he was smart.
Shanuel, and he'll hold up.
He was thinking of sending him, but Porter came down and held him way back. That ball hurt on Ortiz, no question. By the time it's a wild throw, he knew it. The grass is wet. And Shanuel, good thing he doesn't run all that well.
So that'll go down as a single. Runner advances to 3rd on the throwing error by Ortiz. They'll check on him as that one came back at him quickly, and as you pointed out, Arch, certainly did not feel good.
No, that came right back. He didn't get out of the way. And then the throw, he's upset because the grass is wet and it slips out of his hand. Carlos should have called for the slider. That was a sinker that got out of control. But good hustle there by Jones to get it in, so the run does not count. So 1st and 3rd, still 2 outs. Just has to get an out and get out of this inning.
And the batter will be Jorge Soler, who walked and scored the Angels' only run back in the 2nd inning. Now Naylor gives the signs there to the infield on what they'll do here if Ward decides to set sail here with runners at the corners and 2 outs here in this 3rd inning. Foul straight back for Soler. Got a good hack at that one.
He sure did.
So Ortiz again ahead in the count. He's been ahead of most of the batters here tonight in the early going. A little below the zone there with the sinker. Grounded to 3rd. Tough play. Hosey with the great backhand. And a great scoop at first by Santana. Wow. That one looked like it could be down the line, and Jose Ramirez doing Jose Ramirez things 1-0 in Cleveland. Angels.
Wearing regular shoes feels this cramped. A glide step wide fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins feel like this. With Skechers slip-ins, just step in, no bending down, no touching my shoes. Try wide fit Skechers slip-ins.
This is a guy who has MVP type potential. Luis Robert is one of the most talented players in the league. Great nickname, La Pantera.
Can do it anywhere on the field.
He has the potential to be a 30-30 guy that can knock in 95 to 100 runs.
As a fan of the game, there's nobody I enjoy watching in center field than Mr. Luis Robert.
Checking our progressive scoreboard here in Cleveland. Bottom of the third. It's 1-0 Angels over the Guardians. Some of the fans there finding some cover as rain was coming down a few moments ago. It appears to just about stopped here tonight. Rain for about 7 or 8 minutes. Maybe a little bit of a mist left. The Angels with that 1-0 lead. Jose Soriano has faced the minimum, though he's surrendered 1 hit. You'll see hitters 7, 8, 9, Arias, Naylor, and Jones. Cleveland will try to get something started in the bottom of the third inning.
Coachy, I saw you over there. Did you say something?
That one to left. Hit pretty well. This one, though, will be tracked down. As we're going to take a look now at the Chess Club. Arch for Cleveland earlier today. The Chess Club came down to Cleveland. Steven Kwan started this. He's got plenty of friends, though, that now have joined in, including Bo Naylor, who always seems to play well whenever he goes to Chess Club, and he did today.
Okay.
He's got 3 home runs on days that he's gone to Chess Club with Steven Kwan.
So you're telling me he's going to hit a home run today?
That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
So we'll see if he does as he bats here with 1 out in the third.
We could use one right now.
We certainly could.
Good job reading the tea leaves, Arch.
So on the ground foul here, he's down 0-2.
Arias was the only one to put the ball in the air. His first 6 outs come on ground balls, 2 double play balls.
I'm glad you brought that up, Rick, because Al Ward's out in left, Adele's in center, and Soler's in right. I mentioned that because with Trout back, that's basically their 3 outfielders for the weekend. Trout is not going to play outfield. Soler's not a great outfielder, but Ron Washington said right now, with where they're at, that's his 3 outfielders.
Right, he's got to fill in. Normally, Soler could be the DH, but no, not now with Trout coming back.
And he basically is challenging Soler. Hey, you got to play outfield. That's how it's set up. And you got to play
Doesn't it seem like Wash is always challenging somebody to do something?
Yes, he is.
You know, as a manager,
and has no problem doing it. I asked him about them being streaky. He said, I got a young team that doesn't know how to work hard yet. He goes, I'm going to teach them how to work hard.
There you go. Yes, he will do that. He's the oldest manager in baseball. He's 72 years old.
I asked, is he getting old yet? And he looked at me.
Not old.
Yeah, exactly. He looked at me and goes, they're going to have to pull this uniform up for me.
Good for him.
And he was a guy, when he played, he could play multiple positions. Never shied away from the challenge.
He was a terrific infielder.
Pretty good at all the positions he played. Played for Cleveland back in 1988. 2-2 on Naylor. He's hanging in there with some foul balls, getting some looks at the pitches from Soriano.
Al, how amazing is it that 88 Indians team, how many guys became managers? I think
what do we have,
6 or 7? It was 6, I believe. You go to Tito, Ron Washington,
Bud
Black, Farrell.
Joel Skinner was on that team.
Bud Black. Just amazing. They had all those guys. They didn't have a great record, but man, they turned out some great managers.
Yeah, great start to that year and then just kind of fizzled, but yeah, they certainly did. Think about the conversations in that
Al,
clubhouse.
you might be as old as Ron Washington. You've been around that long.
Easy now.
Al's wise for a young man. Don't put that.
I gotcha.
Yeah, you did. As a matter of fact, I didn't see that one coming.
I know.
I'm a little bit younger than you. Just a little.
You me earlier.
Just a little.
We
did.
weren't on camera, so
That's
I got
true.
you now.
You got me on camera. I'll look to get you on camera a little bit later.
Absolutely.
That's the goal here tonight, of course. Andre's going to help me out with that, too.
You got it.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, how about some
You
food,
hungry,
Andre?
Al?
Yeah,
No
let's
food.
do that. We'll see Arch if he
This
can
is
hand
the
it
no
off to
food
him.
zone up here.
You don't eat during games anymore.
I never did.
There's nothing wrong with
I
getting
just pick it up off the ground.
I've seen.
So we'll look for that delivery in the 5th or 6th inning, I think.
Not up here.
Okay, fair enough. There's Nolan Jones, 2-0 to him.
Al, I got to find out where you checked out the weather report, brother.
Yeah, I said slight chance of rain, but there was a chance.
Yeah, we got it because that's what we get. They're telling me it may get worse around 8:40, but we shall see.
Yeah,
that's right up our alley. We need that rain.
Well, things are certainly changing here as they do quickly on the lake.
Arch, so much has been made. I don't know you've heard it, but so much has been made about Nolan Jones making the loud outs, and we finally saw him when he had to come in 2 days ago for Steven Kwan, put 3 hits together. And I think for the coaching staff, they're happy that he has hits that they can talk about, not hitting the ball hard. You always talk about you got to make the right turn. The left-hand turns is what make you feel good, not hitting the ball hard, right?
And you know, the big hit of the game was a little routine ground ball through the infield on the left side to score 2 runs to tie the game. They didn't talk about exit velo there. You just talk about the hits.
Exactly.
Bingo. I don't care how hard it comes off your bat. If you're making a left, you did good.
Al, we talk so much about exit velo, and you see it in the notes like everyone else, but I'm with Arch. Like guys like getting hits and seeing their batting average go up.
Yes,
absolutely.
They start smiling. It doesn't matter if they break a bat, you get a bunt hit. It doesn't matter how. Everybody's happy.
Well, people talk about exit velos. Luis Ariz, the last few years, one of the most dangerous hitters for average in the game.
Right.
As the lowest. As Nolan Jones is down swinging. And Steven Kwan.
Bingo.
On Cleveland, 86.4. And Steven is the best hitter for average on this Cleveland
So
team.
Al, I'll ask you, whose numbers would you rather have?
I'll take the average.
Yes, me too.
As I think most would, and that's sometimes overlooked. But, and you know, you look at the line drives that Kwan hits and the line drives that Ariz hits. I mean, they're pitches that if they get under it a little bit, or those are flyouts, but they're hitting line drives. They sometimes don't necessarily translate on exit velo like some of the deep shots do. 0-1 on Steven Kwan. He has Cleveland's only hit tonight, singled his first time up. Batting here with 2 outs, and Bo Naylor at first base. Look at his numbers. Becomes more dangerous when runners are on. The pitchers have to come to you too when there's runners on.
Well, he's not going to change his routine for anybody. It doesn't matter. He gets the 2 strikes and he battles you. Very good 2-strike hitter, but a terrific eye. He doesn't try and do too much. He just takes what is given. You know, and he's always up there with singles, you know,
right,
leading the, you know, or up in the top 5 in singles.
It seems to become a lost art too, at the way he can utilize the bat with where he can hit the ball, go opposite field, turn on it if he has to.
Yeah, you don't talk about exit velo with Kwan. He's one of those guys. He's going to find a way to get on base.
We don't talk exit velo, but Rick knows. I look at the left fielder, and he always can dink it in front of that left fielder if you play too deep.
And look at, he takes pitches that are just off the plate, and now you've got a 3-1 count. See, right now he's thinking of what he's going to sit on to try and turn, and it may be for something in. And if he doesn't get it, he'll take it. There you go, single leader. He's right there. Wilson with Oakland, or no, Oakland. I'm sorry, the Athletics. They may be back in Oakland.
You can say Oakland. They don't have a name. They're just the A's.
Yeah, and they haven't been playing well either.
Look at the defense for Kwan here on this 3-2 pitch with 2 outs. Naylor will be running. Ground is second. Easy play for Kingery. And the Guards retired here in the 3rd inning. After 3, still the Angels 1, Cleveland nothing.
I think this is the Phillies' division to win.
Everybody knows their role within the team and are motivated collectively to go after that World Series ring.
Bryce Harper is one of the great faces of our sport.
Great ones do great things when it matters.
Trey Turner, just tools out of his mind.
Trey Turner, mammoth home run.
Zach Wheeler. But this guy has been nothing but sensational since he was signed.
This fan base loves us as a team. I love the city, man. A lot of fun to be able to go in the bank every single day.
They are a complete team. Time to win for the Phillies.
Every game night is a chance to go big with MLB Big Inning. Turn on baseball's only nightly show that brings you the biggest plays of the night, live and commercial-free.
Strikes him out.
No one stacks more clutch plays into one live show with up to 4 games on a single screen.
Out of here! He is on fire. It's a walk-off winner.
Change up game night with baseball's biggest game changer, MLB Big Inning, presented by Nissan. Every night, all season long on MLB.tv.
Catch all the action as the Guardians take on the Houston Astros in a 3-game weekend series, June 6th through the 8th. Great seats are still available. Get your tickets at CLEGuardians.com.
Top of the 4th inning here at Progressive Field, 1-0 Angels. Trout, O'Hoppe, and Adele are due. I think Trout lined out to Jose Ramirez in his first at bat in a month. It looked like he missed any time with the way he had that approach last time up. 0-1 here.
Andre, did that rain bring in a little cool weather?
Oh yeah, it's cooled down a little bit. Feels like it's April again.
Seems like it. That ball's not going to be carrying very well.
The hitters are going to be mad again. Arch, it tells me it's going to be June 1st come, what, tomorrow or Sunday? But
Sunday, yeah.
I don't believe it.
I don't either.
I think it's March 30th, the way it feels.
One and two now to Trout.
Yeah, this is certainly a different lineup when you get this guy in it, even though they did have their 8-game winning streak. He lengthens that lineup.
Yep. That one borderline.
I like the pitch, though.
Yeah, great spot.
You know, when you're ahead of him, go ahead and go in there, and he just couldn't swing the bat at it. It was close.
2-2 now to Trout. That one to left field. Kwan will have to plate in front of him for the base hit.
Well, he looks like he's back in action. Two good swings in his first 2 at bats.
Yep. 2 at bats, 2 line drives for Mike Trout today.
Had him down, and he's trying to run it in there, and it's up, and that's, you know, people try to pitch him up and in. He just didn't get it in enough. So Trout will come back. That's their 5th hit of the game, all singles.
And now Logan O'Hoppe, who had a single his first time up. And Ortiz now has thrown a first pitch strike to 10 of 15 hitters that he's faced.
That's something he's done so much better this year than he did last. First pitch strikes.
Again, he's ahead here 0-2. Let's take a look at StatCast powered by Google Cloud and Logan O'Hoppe and what he's done against Cleveland. Boy, the hot zones are
we
pretty
found
hot.
every one of those hot zones. I'll tell you, he's been swinging it very well. This guy's going to be a good player. People don't understand. Underrated. You don't know much about the Angels. You just remember that name. He's going to be good.
No doubt. We told you when we were in Anaheim in April. He's young, but in the last 2-3 years, he's top 3 in home runs for catchers. And to do that as a young player, that tells
and
you a
he
lot.
can catch and throw.
Yes.
He's a good all-around player.
Set him up with that last pitch high and in. Let's see if it's blowing away here. It is. Then he got the swing and a miss. Second strikeout today for Ortiz, and 1 down here in the 4th inning.
Yeah, that nice taking off. Almost looked like, yeah, that was a little slider off the dish. And he got him to chase after it. Good pitch.
So one away here in the fourth with Trout still at first base. We'll see if he shows any interest in running tonight in his first game off the IL. Ground ball up the middle. Schneemann able to get there, trying to make the long throw and unable to do so. Good play by Schneemann, but good hustle by Adell, who can run well, and it's an infield single.
Yeah, and you know what, Schneemann, I don't think he could have made that short flip because he thought, he knows Trout is running, and right there Arias wasn't at second base. So that would have been too difficult. The only play he had was to try and throw him out, and just couldn't do it. Going away from the play. Great effort, one hop, but it's going to go as an infield hit. So they have had 2 hits in each of the last 3 innings.
Yep. And 6 hits total now for the Angels with 1 run across. Guardians only have 1 hit tonight. This is Scott Kingery, who grounded into a 6-4-3 double play back in the 2nd inning. And allowed the Guardians to get out of that inning without further trouble. Once again, he bats here with 2 aboard. Ortiz at 62 pitches now.
Yeah, they've made him work.
43 for strikes. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. A good pitch there.
Well, he's looking to get that ground ball again and get another double play. Kingery hit into a double play his first AB.
Infield playing him to pull. Steven Kwan, though, walks over now more in the left center field gap. So that one got him on the outside corner.
That's that little comeback that he likes to throw to right-handers, and it's the little low dart. And I mean, when he hits that outside, they give up on it. You see it has some comeback to it. It's a great pitch, and he uses it a lot. And when it's on, you're going to see he will get strikeouts. And he's, I told you at the outset, he averages over 12 strikeouts per 9 innings in this ballpark.
He's got strikeout stuff. 3 tonight for Ortiz. Here's Rengifo. Swings and misses at the first pitch there. Grounded out to Arias, his only time up. Well, Ortiz trying to strike out the side and waste a couple of singles by the Angels here in the 4th. That one up the middle. Arias. Sides retired here in the 4th inning for the Angels. Still 1-0 LA in Cleveland here tonight.
Turn on baseball's biggest game changer, MLB Big Inning. Experience live baseball in a whole new way with up to 4 games on a single screen.
He is on fire.
MLB Big Inning every game night on MLB.tv.
Did he do it? Oh my goodness, what a play!
An absolute beast unleashed.
You are unbelievable.
Racking them up, all I do is win. Spot that hashtag like a boss, yeah, that's how I roll. Keep on nailing and never miss it back, enjoy the show.
Relive the biggest plays from every game with Abby LeVar on Quick Pitch. Late nights and early mornings on MLB Network.
kick.
Bottom of the fourth in Cleveland, 1-0 Angels. Al Pulowski in for Matt Underwood tonight. Rick Manning next to me. Andre not on the field after the game. Guardians postgame. Kaylee Griffin and Chris Jimenez. Dave Ricchini producing tonight. Mike Simons directing. Great to have you along. A little bit of rain off and on tonight and fireworks night here in Cleveland. First one of the season. Also Dollar Dog Night. Guards Ball t-shirt giveaway night. Martinez in front of that one to fall behind 0-2 in the count. Angel grounded into a double play. His only time up back in the first inning. Leading off the fourth here for the Guards.
See how everybody's hitting the top part of that baseball. They're following it straight down toward their feet. That goes to show you the movement that he has on that pitch.
Yeah, Soriano's sinker has been very good here tonight. And low and away. Interesting with Angel Martinez. So he's batting .268 overall. .243 from the left side. .367 from the right side. Oftentimes, Art, you see the splits difference because most of the time you're batting from the left side as a switch hitter.
You get more at bats, absolutely. But it's tough to, keep both swings going.
And a high fly to right.
A rare fly ball. Soriano.
Yep. Well, one guy that was able to figure out Soriano, Jose Ramirez, a 3 home run night, 2 of those off Soriano on April the 4th in Anaheim.
That was a low sinker, middle of the plate, and then he came back with the slider for the second one. And he didn't stop there. He ended up adding the third one, but not off Soriano. He got one off the bullpen.
Grounded out to first base. His only time up, and grounds here to third. Rengifo, low throw. Jose is out number 2 here in this 4th inning. That'll bring Kyle Manzardo to the plate.
Arch, what I'll remember about that third home run, if you remember, that was the bullpen guy that they couldn't pick up well. And we picked up that Jose went further in the on-deck circle to see him. And after the game, remember,
right. Pick up his arm slot.
I asked him, he goes, stop telling my secrets.
Kyle Manzardo with a good plate appearance his first time up. Worked a walk after he was down in the count 1-2. He's down here 0-1. It's that one hard and through. Second hit of the night for Cleveland.
That's the way you do it. If you got to hit a ground ball, you got to hit it where they aren't.
Exactly.
Find the hole, and that's the first time they get one through. He hit that well. They were playing him over a little bit more to pull. You can see it gets by Kingery. So a 2-out single now. Gives Santana an opportunity to hit.
Carlos hit into a double play back in the second inning. 2 outs here with Manzardo at first base. That's the thing with ground balls too. Obviously you'd prefer a line drive, always preferable, right? But if you hit the ball hard, you give yourself a much better chance at finding that hole.
Yes.
Manzardo certainly has shown that he can hit it hard.
But with all the metrics and everything they have now, they've got where they hit balls, most of percentage of them. And that's usually where the defense is. There's very few hits up the middle.
Right. There's none up the middle, as you said.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Not for left-handers.
No, they've taken that away. But the other thing is every guy that hits ground balls, they almost look at players and tell them to shy away from it. You go against a guy like this, you got no choice. As Allison, you got to hit the ball hard. You can't worry about trying to lift it.
You can't. It doesn't matter because his sinker. That's what makes him so good. But he's still hittable. You got to hope you get something to your liking, and it's a hard thing to do, boy. I'm telling you, hit that. You don't know.
Again, top half for Santana.
Everybody's hitting the top half of the baseball. That's all you can do. It's a good sinker ball.
It's amazing how many guys are going to the sinker now that we have so many guys with the
Everybody wants movement on. And it's late movement.
Even Tanner Bybee, who's had a great first 2 years of his career, what did he add this year? A sinker.
There's another one.
From that foul to hole, Manzardo taps second. He's on his way to third. He'll get there easily. And now the Guardians with runners at the corners with 2 down here in the 4th.
2 in the same spot. What do you know? They're leaving that hole, open because they're playing a more to pull. They think they're going to roll over on it. You see? That's a nice
what's amazing
picture from our Defy Wire cam.
Santana hit 199 down the middle and rolled over on it. 97 up and away. He gets through the hole.
Yeah, well, he got a little swinging room.
That's baseball. And when things are going your way, and in May, certainly things have been going Santana's way.
Well, he's got a 9-game hitting streak now.
Daniel Schneemann, an opportunity here with a runner in scoring position and 2 outs. Rounded out to second his first time up. Able to hold on that one, 2-0.
Schnee has some a fan club out in the bleachers today. We may not be able to show them right now because it's a big moment in the game, but they all are named Schneeberger, but they all went out and got Schneeman jerseys because they said there's not a lot of Schnees out there. So he's our guy. There they are. There's the Schnees. Right. Yeah, those are my guys. All of them went out and bought Schneeman jerseys. Their name is Schneeberger, but they said we don't get anybody named Schnee very often, so we bought his jersey and we got him.
Are they in fair territory?
Yeah, they're left center, baby.
Hopefully he can hit one there. I see him. I can see him now.
4-pitch walk. That'll load the bases.
How about that? Coming with 2 outs and nobody on. It's his 3rd walk of the day.
So suddenly, Soriano, who was in a groove, appears these last 3 hitters to not have that exact same command.
Al, you just hit on it, and this is when you got to take advantage of them. As like we talked about with Ortiz, they both are young pitchers with great stuff, but every once in a while they get a little wild, and that's when you have to take advantage.
Let's step aside for a moment. A message from the Cleveland Clinic.
When you make complexities your specialties, you redefine what's possible. For every care in the world, Cleveland Clinic.
Pitching coach Barry Enright with a visit for the Angels to talk to Soriano. So now the base is loaded with 2 outs here in the 4th inning. Gabriel Arias, who hit it very well his first time up in the 3rd inning, lined out to Taylor Ward in left field.
First guy to put the ball in the air off him. And this is where this can break his back because you can score. There was 2 outs and nobody on, and now you have the bases loaded. He's fighting to keep the lead.
Drops the breaking ball in there for strike 1. That knuckle curve. Manzardo at 3rd. Santana at 2nd. Schneemann at 1st.
And then back to that. Yeah, that got a little help there.
That one, an unfortunate call for Arias, appeared in. Instead of 1-1, it's now 0-2.
Well, that's one as a hitter. There's not much. You can't get upset. He's taking his time. He took his time out. He's regrouping. And to see if he comes back with that knuckle curve what he started him off with. After that ball was in off the plate.
That went in the dirt. Boy, a great block there by O'Hoppe.
And that's what you have to be careful of when it's so good. But he hasn't been throwing many of them because he's had such a good sinker. He's getting the ground balls. He's getting the outs. But he's got to try and throw some spinners. Now you get some guys on base and in trouble. So he hasn't had a feel for it yet.
That was the slider.
Well, you still can't go off of that sinker, though.
That's swing and a miss.
What I'm talking about.
So Soriano able to get the big strikeout against Arias. His 2nd strikeout tonight. Cleveland leads them loaded. We're heading to the 5th. 1-0 Angels.
The Mets were a great story last season. You got to think the expectations are sky high. They know that they're built to win.
I love the additions.
Juan Soto to the Mets. It's real.
This is landscape changing that changes the arc of the Mets.
You want to make a dynasty.
Really like their bullpen a lot.
The ball game is over.
It's going to take everything from everybody.
We got to stay together and we got to post up.
I'm Jesse's uncertainty, and I really thought house projects were my time to shine. One little, are you sure? He gets stuck before he even got started. But Jesse's changed because of Thumbtack. With their guides, he knows exactly what to do and who to hire. And his house is looking great. Where does that leave me?
Uncertainty doesn't live here. You do. Take care of your home with Thumbtack. Download the app today.
Well, Sunday is the first Kids Fun Day of the summer, and the Guards will take on the Angels at 1:40. Come down early for special kids activities, including face painters and character artists. Plus, all kids can run the bases after the game, presented by Cleveland Clinic Children's. Great seats still remain. You can get your tickets today at CLEGuardians.com.
Pitching duel thus far here tonight in Cleveland. 1-0 Angels. Top of the 5th inning, top of the order for LA. Neto, Shanoel, Ward, Ortiz threw 36 pitches the first time through the order, 30 the second time through. He's got 6 outs on 3 pitches or less. So he's been throwing strikes, but 66 pitches tonight. Look at his line. As we near the midway point of this ball game. Ortiz with 3 strikeouts against 1 walk tonight. Neto, one of his strikeout victims the last time up in the 3rd, grounded out his first time up, leading off the game in the 1st. And an unfortunate streak continues for Ortiz. This is now his 4th straight game thus far without having a lead at any point. Now that can still change tonight, obviously.
Yeah, keep it a 1-run game. This is going through that lineup for the 3rd time. So you just put another 0 on the board. You know, it's tough to hang in there. You can't worry about your offense. You got to do your job as a pitcher, and that's out of his control. I want to see him just keep his composure, throw some good strikes.
That one just off the plate. 3-0 now to Zach Neto.
Well, and you go back, and when you think about it, the 2nd inning when they scored their run, it was a leadoff walk to Soler.
Yep.
So he's got to come back.
3-1 now to the Angels shortstop. And that was his first 3-0 count of the night. That one right down the middle.
Taken all the way right there. He's going to make him get in the zone. So see if he can throw 3 in a row.
Shanoel on deck. And Ortiz trying to come all the way back against Neto.
Oh, boy.
That one off to right. That's a base hit.
What a good job of hitting there.
Yeah, Nolan Jones able to get there before Neto could think about second base, but with 2 strikes, excellent fight off.
Well, yeah, he took that fastball down the middle, and then he gets one inside. But that's how you got to hit this guy. There's 2 hits we've seen go that way, and they weren't hit hard, but they were placed out there beautifully. That was a good pitch. You got to tip your cap there to Neto. That was just a good at bat.
7th hit of the night for the Angels. All singles. Shanoel has one of those. Last time up in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, well, they've had back-to-back singles twice, 2nd and the 3rd. In the 4th inning, they had a single, a strikeout, and then another single. So they're getting a lot of traffic on the bases.
Guards hoping for a double play here. There goes Neto. Throw down the tag, and he is out. Good throw and a great tag by Arias to erase Neto.
Yeah, he's the only guy you had to worry about. He has stolen 8 out of 9. Now it's 8 out of 10. And Bo comes in with a beautiful throw. And you get him at second base. And that's something he's been doing. He's been working hard.
Remember, Neto had a shoulder injury at the end of last year. Look at that slide, and was not feeling good as he went through that.
I'm thinking, why would you slide head first when you've had surgery?
He may be, look at it. He may be lucky because his left shoulder
see
went
the grimace
that's
on the replay.
That's an issue.
So we'll hope that Neto is okay. And it's a fly ball to center. Martinez right there. 2 outs. Now Ortiz has a chance to get out of this inning fairly quickly.
And good for Bo in that throw.
Yeah, that was very nice. He and Hedgie have been doing a nice job throwing runs.
All right, look at those home run leaders. See Ward up there. We talked about O'Hoppe, but we all know that Judge guy. He's pretty good, right?
That's not bad.
And the Yankees were just in California taking on the Angels. And you know how Ron Washington is, boys.
He walked him.
He didn't even give him a chance to get to the plate. We'll see it here in a little bit. But
what, his first AB?
Oh, yeah. He was like, nah, you go to first base.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming, but you can have first.
But it's funny. Here it is on Wednesday.
That's beautiful.
You got to love it. He looks over
look
at
him. Yeah, he tipped his
guy. And look at Wash. Nah.
Oh, that's good.
Here's the best part. I went over to Wash before the game, and we talked about his team, and I go, what are you going to do with Ramirez? Same thing I did against Judge. He said the base is open, the game's on the line. He ain't swinging.
Outsmart.
Well, there you go.
Ron Washington, the veteran, we were talking about it, oldest manager in big league baseball, player for a long time. I mean, if anybody knows the game, it's him.
Right.
And he's seen a lot over the decades. As the game has changed, he's really seen it all.
Al, he told us back in Anaheim after Jose had the 3 home run game. He goes, I might walk him with the bases empty. I'm not letting him hurt us anymore.
Yeah, why not? After a 3 home run, I don't blame him one bit. So Ward walks with 2 outs here in the 5th inning. That'll bring Jorge Soler to the plate. He scored the Angels' only run after he walked back in the 2nd inning.
Ouch.
Boy, that one doesn't feel good.
No, he's going to stay down there for a minute.
He'll have a guard on next at bat.
Yeah,
that hurt. I think it was an inside heel, too.
Yeah, he's got one on the shin,
Yeah,
but
right.
when that ball hit, I think it missed the guard.
Ouch.
No, that's
got
a
him
heel.
on the foot. Yep.
Sure did.
That's going to leave.
That'll give me time to wish a happy 44th anniversary to Jim and Denise Sturley from North Royalton. Happy anniversary. Somebody call a tow truck.
Al, you can't wear beautiful shoes when you get hit there and get sore.
No, you can't.
I'd wear some steel-toe boots.
Yeah, right.
How are you thinking?
They may be coming up with
They got to come up with something at some point. All these guys are
steel toes. Everything.
Well, sometimes the catchers wear those on their toes, those protectives that you can lace in over your cleats. I mean, maybe that's something that Soler might want to look into after that.
Well, that just hurts. It takes a while to get over the pain and for it to subside. Go right back in there with the same pitch.
The time he misses away with the slider. 1-1 to Soler. We'll see if he goes back in there here. That's a great pitch. Boy, paints the outside corner with that sinker. That's a tough ball to hit.
Yes, it is.
So now 1-2 to Soler.
See, that's a pitch that you throw once you let these hitters know that your fastball can go in on their hands like it has been.
It's a good waste there by Soler on a pretty good pitch. Oof, now we got the other
shin. That bounced down and got his back shin. He's laughing.
Yeah.
I mean, what else can you do?
You can only laugh after that.
He's going to crawl the first base. Get him to hit a grounder.
See if he puts this one Between the lines, 1-2 from Ortiz.
Change up.
Yep. Pretty good spot on that one. Soler didn't bite.
Well, he can't. He can't move his legs. He's got to sit there. He couldn't reach it.
Fair point. Another foul ball.
Boy, see, he's making right-handers crazy.
He is. I mean,
both these pitchers, I'm telling you, both these guys are very similar.
We haven't seen a lot of balls squared up tonight, Arch, at all.
No. You get your base hits, you stay on there, you take your grounder, or go the other way.
10 hits tonight, combined all singles.
Look at that, shattered
broken bat. Yeah.
Now he's got to run to try and get a hit.
He won't get there. Ortiz throws him out, and the Angels are retired in the 5th. Still 1-0 LA. We're back after this.
Right this second, at some diner somewhere, I'll have a... Someone really wants a soda. But that same someone doesn't want to be like the only someone to order a soda. Embarrassing. Nah, she's looking at you.
Yeah, I know the struggle is real, honey, but so are all these other...
What if there were a better soda?
Hun, get a Poppy. It's a soda with 5 grams of sugar.
Okay. Okay, so this waitress is a genius.
Can I get one, too?
There were 2 guys. Both guys drove to work. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket. One guy didn't. Both guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Well, suit up this season at MLBshop.com. You can check out the largest selection of authentic jerseys, caps, hoodies, t-shirts, and more. Visit MLBshop.com, the official source for your Cleveland Guardians gear.
Bottom of the 5th here in Cleveland. Hitters 8, 9, and 1. Naylor, Jones, and Kwan for Cleveland. Bo Naylor looks at a strike at the bottom of the zone. He walked his only time up back in the 3rd inning. Quickly, Soriano ahead in the count, 0-2. 8 ground ball outs for Soriano. And again, that's been the theme and one of the points we started off with. 65% of his hits are on the ground against Soriano. So once again, Soriano is pitching a typical Soriano type game.
You know, when you're facing guys, I guess the only thing you could think of doing is when you see the baseball, just sit and swing below where you think you got to go. Instead of the top of the ball, and you might be able to lift it in the air. You don't want to start uppercutting, though.
75 pitches tonight for Soriano, 44 of those for strikes. The 0-2 to Bo Naylor. We'll lay off that one. 1-2. Bo with those 7 home runs this year. Should get a look at the defense behind him. Ground ball to second and Kingery. 1 out here in the 5th. Step aside for a moment. Here's a message from GMC.
Get this low mileage lease on the Sierra Elevation for around $4.99 per month.
Nolan Jones to the plate. Strikeout victim back in the 3rd inning. 1 of 2 strikeouts tonight for Jose Soriano. As we were talking about his last time up, Andre, how Nolan's His exit velo, his hard hit ball. He's been doing a lot of things right at the plate as a hitter, but the results just haven't been what he typically would like to see. Did have 3 hits against the Dodgers on Wednesday, but only batting 192. You see that there and that potential, which makes him, you know, so tempting to have in the lineup because of the way he can hit the ball.
And the power, you're right. And he said after the game the other day, because he had some success when he was in Colorado, that's what he's leaning on. He's not leaning on the hard hit rate. He's leaning on, I've gotten hot before and I've been able to keep it going. So I got to lean on that, not hitting the ball hard. Because he said it's hard when you can look up and see the numbers that he's put up.
Sure.
Well, he takes a lot of pitches. Right. And, you know, he has a good eye at the plate. But sometimes that ball gets on him so fast that, he can't get the head out. And, I mean, and they'll throw him inside and not let him extend the arms. They're going in there now. That's a good job.
Yep. Line drive up the middle for a base hit.
There he reacted beautifully there. They went inside. Don't know exactly where that pitch was located, but I'll tell you what, he got the bat head through there beautifully. Here you go. See, they wanted it up, but he got it down in the sort of middle, and he's a good low ball hitter. He knows he didn't get it up elevated enough. If you get to your spot, you can get it, but he left it and he got a base knock. Good job, good hit, good at bat.
And goes to what we're talking about, a pretty well hit ball, a line drive off the logo of the bat, and was able to get a result there.
But you see, that's what you have to do when you're a hitter if you want to succeed. You get a pitch to your liking, you've got to hit it and, you know, hit it, put it in play. Now, if it falls or not, that's out of your control. But that's just a good job of getting the ball in play. And he got it down in his zone. He didn't miss it.
Kwan with the ground ball. Kingery gets it left to flip to Soriano, who got there just in front of Kwan for the second out. That will move Jones into scoring position. But now there are 2 away. So that'll go 4-1 on the out here.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice play for the pitcher to make sure he got over there, because Shotwell got vacated. He couldn't catch the ball. You could see it was out of his reach. And there's Kingery to be right there, and they get Kwan at first. But you get a runner in scoring position, so looking for a 2-out knock.
Martinez 0 for 2 today. To a double play in the first inning. Flew out to right back in the 4th. A 2-out RBI opportunity here for Angel. Grounder to first. Shotwell to Soriano, who took part in 2 of the groundouts here in the 5th inning. And the Guards are done. After 5, 1-0 Angels.
All right. So that's 1 pair of glasses. Yep. With prescription lenses. Plus anti-reflective lens coating. Oh. Scratch-resistant coating.
Did I choose?
UV protection. Award-winning customer service.
That's me.
That's also me. Free returns, free exchanges, and free frame adjustments for life.
And how much more is that?
Oh, it's all included at Warby Parker.
So my glasses
are still just $95.
Oh.
Surprise! I just get excited.
This is Fubo. It's a better way to watch ESPN and other top sports networks. Plus, get coverage of your local teams all year long. Start watching at FuboTV.com.
Ooh, that's a lovely view.
What are you 2 looking at?
Tip pick.
What did you say?
Tip pick. Tickets to the show with no hidden fees.
Guardians Baseball is brought to you by Spectrum. Get fast and reliable speeds on the network that moves with you. Spectrum. And by Elk & Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries, an official partner of the Cleveland Guardians. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. We head to the 6th here in Cleveland along with Rick Manning and Andre Knott. I'm Al Pulowski. 1-0 Angels over the Guardians. So we've had 11 hits total tonight. 7 by the Angels, 4 by the Guardians, all singles. Here's Mike Trout to lead off the 6th for LA. It's that one back up towards us. Let's take a look at our progressive defensive plays of the game. Jose Ramirez at third base, looking pretty good.
No doubt about it, turning a double play as well. And that backhanded play right there was very difficult. Saved a run to get that last out of the inning.
Now Jose making some nice plays and saving some runs over there earlier tonight.
That's when that rain was coming right there, and you notice he short hopped him. I watched him. He was upset that he short hopped it because the ball was slippery.
Yep. And Trout goes down swinging. 4th strikeout tonight for Luis Ortiz. 1 out here in the 6th.
Well, I'll tell you, he earned it because Trout, that's an excellent pitch right there on the outside edge, a slider. He had 2 really good passes in those first 2 at bats. Had a couple of knocks. Could have had one. Jose got him on one, but great pitch.
Here's O'Hoppe. A walk and a strikeout tonight for the Angels catcher. Walked his first time up back in the 2nd inning. Struck out in the 4th. One hit down the line foul. So Ortiz now at 93 pitches. He has 3 starts this year with 100 or more. Well, he's found his groove here these last few innings. He very well could surpass that century mark here again tonight. Now 1-2 to Logan O'Hoppe.
There you see, he's been really pretty efficient. That 2nd inning where he had that leadoff walk where they scored the run, that was his biggest output. But he's been good. He likes pitching in this ballpark, I think, and why wouldn't you?
That's been good to him. He had a great start here last season in August as a member of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yeah, he shut down our lineup.
Yeah. Al, that may have been the best pitching performance we saw last season here.
Yeah,
he was
I'd agree with that.
was devastating that night.
And he gets another strikeout here on a swing and a miss. 5th strikeout tonight for Ortiz. And Trout and O'Hoppe both strikeout victims here in the 6th.
High changeup. How about that?
Well, that's okay. And it tied him up and had good movement on it. And Ortiz had 11 counts of 0-2-1-2. So he's been ahead of the hitters. And I think they've done a pretty good job to take some hits. You know, they have 7 hits to take it the other way. They've had traffic on the bases. They couldn't do anything with it.
Here's a grounder to short. Arias with an easy play. 3 up, 3 down go the Angels. Quick work for Ortiz in the 6th. The pitcher duel continues in Cleveland.
There's a unicorn in Hollywood.
The lineup we know is incredibly deep. Like that starting rotation is unlike anything I can remember.
I got them running the National League.
I think this is the first of like 4 or 5 straight world championships.
This is just an incredible wealth of riches.
He's in a world of his own. Strike 3 swinging. It's a dozen strikeouts for Tyler Glasnow. Walk-off grand.
We do not talk about this superstar enough, and that's Rafael Devers.
6th straight game with a home run.
Jarren Duran is an extra base machine.
I've just always been like that guy that keeps his head down and works hard.
Swing and a miss.
Crochet's got that kind of electric stuff.
This green monster is tailor-made for Alex Bregman's swing. Great fit for Bregman, great fit for the Red Sox.
This was the piece that they really needed.
The guy's a winner. He's got all the talent.
The Red Sox are a much better team this year than they were last year.
Now for the Guardians Charities 50-50 raffle. One lucky winner will take home half the prize. And you can go 50-50 raffle through Sunday. That's when it will end. So get your tickets at CLEGuardians5050.com.
Part of the order for Cleveland here in the 6th inning. Jose Ramirez leading it off. Grounds to second. He's 0 for 3 tonight. 1 out here in the 6th. Well, we've seen 21 ground ball outs now. 9 for Ortiz and 12 for Soriano.
Yeah, how about that? I had a feeling these two guys could lock up. They both have outstanding stuff.
Well, Soriano surrendered 4 hits. That's it. Here's Manzardo. He had one of those last time up. When it's foul. So Kyle 1 for 1 tonight with a walk and a single. Angels with 1 run on 7 hits. Cleveland no runs on 4 hits. See the bullpen getting loose. Festa and Smith for the guards. And off the plate. Angels bullpen is still quiet. Soriano's at 90 pitches. Good hold there by Kyle Manzardo. Well, Soriano has had the sinker working tonight. The knuckle curve has been very effective. Well, 3-1 to Manzardo.
Yeah, well, you know, you get the count in your favor. You don't have to swing at a pitch like that that's so close, because you know it's not your what you're looking for. So you can take it. It's called a ball. There you go. There's a nice start.
Second walk of the night for Kyle Manzardo. So the Guardians with the runner aboard with 1 away here in the 6th inning for Carlos Santana.
And it's a 4th walk for Soriano.
Los with a base hit his last time up. He's 1 for 2. Hoppy will have a chat with Soriano.
They may start getting that bullpen going now. Yeah, Neris is up.
Right on cue.
Yeah, slow it down. Get it up. He's just talking right there to stall for some time.
Yeah, but Al and Rick, when you see the Guardians bullpen with double barrel action, that to me tells me if you score, you go to Cade, right?
Absolutely.
But if not, you go to the other guy?
That is correct. I would think so.
We don't see double barrel action very often at 2 rights in any bullpen.
Well, you see, that's why Cade, you sort of play it by ear to see what's going on. He'll have time to get warm, but he doesn't want to get warm. If they don't score, then he's not going in. And they're 1 pitch away from a ground ball double play. Or you get a base hit, then he'll start heating it up a little bit more, I think, if they think they're going to get on the board.
Santana fouling that one off.
How many have we seen go down?
Well, a lot of those today.
And you know what we see after? Every guy that's hit one foul like that looks back at the ump and goes, was that a strike?
And most of the time the answer is no.
Right.
It's that deceptive tonight.
Exactly.
Well, the sinkers have been working for both pitchers this evening.
There's a good knuckle curve. Now, when he has that and he's throwing it consistently with that sinker, unhittable. And he's pretty much unhittable tonight.
Soriano's been able to change speeds very well tonight as well. Carlos to second. Double play ball.
Third double play.
6-3.
That's it. 1 pitch away from getting out of it.
Yep. 6 innings in the books. Still 1-0 Angels.
There's a unicorn in Hollywood.
The lineup we know is incredibly deep, but that starting rotation is unlike anything I can remember.
I got them running the National League.
I think this is the first of like 4 or 5 straight world championships.
This is just an incredible wealth of riches.
He's in a world of his own. Strike 3 swinging. It's a dozen strikeouts for Tyler Glasnow. Walk-off win.
Your day in baseball starts with MLB Central.
Let's get it started.
Lead off your morning with in-depth breakdowns.
Perfect balance.
Boom. Interviews with the players.
Get back to the fastball. I know what that passion feels like.
And a little bit.
Keeping.
You behave properly.
Hey.
Of everything else.
Come on, Marlins.
The window seats are.
The baseball day begins with MLB Central. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern. Only on MLB Network.
If you're not watching this show, you're the problem.
Copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Cleveland Guardians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Guardians.
Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen here in the 7th inning. Matt Festa is on for the Guardians. First relief pitcher of the night for either side in a 1-0 game. Ball hit well. Center field by Kingery over the head of Martinez. This will be the first extra base hit of the night for either side. It's a double for Kingery to lead off the 8th or the 7th.
Yeah, he comes right out of the chute, and he's going to get himself a slider that stayed up out over the plate. He smoked it. And you can see that it looked like Martinez was a little slow getting that jump on that ball and didn't catch up to it right out of his reach. I mean, just by a foot.
For
so
Scott,
they will get a leadoff double.
For Scott Kingery, that's his first major league hit since 2021.
Give him the ball.
Yep. Came back into the Angels in a trade with Philadelphia. Here's Rengifo. So now the Angels have a good opportunity to add on to their 1-0 lead with the runner at second and nobody out here in the 7th.
Hey, don't be fooled by Rengifo's numbers. This guy can hit, and usually he's at the top of their order. Oh.
Fouled that one off.
I think.
He did, but I'll tell you what, something happened on the way. What happened? It looked like he collapsed. He's going in there. He thought it was going to come in, and then he wanted to pull the bat back.
That was weird.
Yeah, it was a weird. I don't know what that was.
Are they asking if he was hit? That's what Wash is coming out to see.
He might be asking if he bunted at it or to get help.
Yeah,
because he went to bunt.
A strike with their
Yeah, you see, that's what they did. He wants to know what was it. He didn't try to.
He's saying he swung down here.
Okay, right. He went after it. He tried to bunt the ball and pulled it back, but it was that's what I'm saying. That's what made it look so bad.
But Arch, you know, this guy can swing the bat. I don't know what's been happening, but he was a guy that a lot of teams wanted at the trade deadline last year because he could play the middle infield.
He was up in the top part of the lineup earlier. That's a emergency swing there.
Yeah, he can hit the ball hard, and he's willing also to do that to shorten up with 2 strikes.
Well, you have to too after that bunt attempt.
Yeah. 0-2 to Rengifo. Kingery at second base.
And he gets the job done. That's not an easy thing to do when you're down 0-2. Everybody in that dugout will love it. You watch, he'll get a lot of high fives going in there, just pulling the ball and making the out.
To the plate now, leadoff hitter for Los Angeles.
So job well done. I mean, and it was down and in, and they didn't want the ball there. You see where Bo was? He wanted it up and way. He missed his spot by 2 feet at least. And he gets the job done. Now the infield's going to come in. They move the runner to third.
Festa's numbers for you. And in a game where runs are hard to come by, you've got to shorten up here. Zach Neto, 1 for 3 tonight, singled his last time up.
Talk about like a pitching duel. Both pitchers had 97 pitches in that game.
And again, they've stayed low, and with this cool air, a little bit thick tonight. We had some rain earlier. Favors the sinker ball pitcher here tonight.
Al, you never knew you were going to be a weatherman when you took this job, did you?
No. I'm glad, though, that I could expand my horizons.
We all have to. You get those cell phones, you can be a meteorologist now.
Sure. I just look at the sky and go from there.
Thank you. We need more of that.
There's a look at it here tonight. Darkness falls on Cleveland. 1-2 now to Neto. Strikeout would be huge for Festa here.
That's what he's going for. Got away with a mistake there. That was right down the middle.
Yeah. Zach Neto, even though he's a leadoff hitter, does have 20 runs batted in this year. Again, the 1-2 from Festa. Naylor did a nice job stabbing that one before it got behind him and would have allowed another run to score. Kingery on third, one out. Swing and a miss. Boy, a great off-speed sweeper for Festa.
Boy, he needed that, and he threw that pitch at the right time. That thing was really off speed. There, let's take a look. You got the fastball ahead, strike one. Missed with a slider. Fastball away, so now ahead to count 1-2. Another one fouled away. There's the slider. Comes back. Watch this. Really slowed it down. That's a curveball. That's not a slider. That was really nice. Slowed it down.
And we'll take a break. Another pitching change in Cleveland.
Graduate. Your day in baseball starts with MLB Central.
Let's get it started.
Lead off your morning with in-depth breakdowns.
Perfect balance. What?
Boom. Interviews with the players.
Get back to the fastball. I know what that passion feels like.
And a little bit.
Keeping.
You behave properly.
Hey.
Of everything else.
Come on, Marlins.
The window seats are.
The baseball day begins with MLB Central. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern. Only on MLB Network.
If you're not watching this show, you're the problem.
Arguably one of the best pitchers, if not the best pitcher in the game.
At 100 miles an hour, Sandy ties a career high 14 strikeouts.
This guy is a difference maker for the Marlins.
He's a staff ace. He wants to take the ball, man. He has been great.
Sandy Alcantara has thrown a complete game shutout.
It's like if I faced you, you got no respect for me. No. Exactly.
Force at the front of the rotation.
The guy that wanted to finish what he starts.
Shutout for Sandy Alcantara.
$1 of loaded value to use on merchandise and concessions out here at Progressive Field, and for just $99. Family values are located in the family deck, and they are available Sunday through Thursday games, and a portion of the proceeds will benefit Cleveland Clinic children. Go to Family Value Pack today at CLEGuardians.com.
Tim Herron on the fish.
Oh,
Shot
my
well,
goodness.
the ball gets away from Naylor, and the run will score as Kingery trots in. 2-0 Angels.
Wow, did that ball hit the dirt? I'm not sure. Let's see. No, Bo boxed it, man, right off the. Oh my goodness. That's a that did not hit the dirt. That's going to be a pass ball, and that's giving them a run right there.
So again, on a night where runs are hard to come by, that one hurts. 2-0 Angels here in the 7th.
I don't know what happened to him. It's right there if it had movement, but it just went off his glove. He was just sitting there trying to catch it.
Two and one the count on Shotwell. He's 1 for 3 tonight. Now with nobody on, he lifts that one to center softly, lands for a base hit. Hit number 9 tonight for the Angels.
Yeah, they come right back, even though they were given that run. Shotwell does a nice job to get the 2-out base hit.
Left fielder Taylor Ward.
That'll bring Ward to the plate. He's been on base a couple of times with a walk and a single. And now he gets to face the lefty. Tim Herron with the slider outside. 1-0. Looking ahead to the 7th, Schneemann, Arias, and Naylor due up for Cleveland. One and one here with Taylor Ward. He leads the Angels with 15 home runs this year. Herron staying away from him. Off the upper corner of the zone. Ward disagrees, but it appears he just got a piece of it. And now it's 2-2. That one perhaps a little more in the zone, but that's called a ball.
Well, 50-50. Flip that coin. He wasn't going to swing at it.
So now it's full. And ball 4 to Taylor Ward. So now runners at first and second with 2 outs here in the 7th. The run already in. And Jorge Soler will come to the plate. And that will get Carl Willis up to have a chat with Tim Herron on a deal with Jorge Soler. Cleveland has action in the pen, but Herron has to face one more batter.
Yeah, it's too bad. They had a chance to get out of this inning and keep it a 1-0 ball game. Now they got to make a couple of good pitches to get out of it and keep it just a 2-0 game.
Jacob Junis getting loose. Figure if Soler reaches, Junis would come in to face Mike Trout. Tim Herron trying to get out of the inning.
Yeah, Herron coming in and gave up a base hit and a walk, so he's got to end it right here.
First pitch fastball for a strike. One straight back, and Herron ahead of Soler. 0-2. For a power home run hitter that Soler is. He does hit it on the ground 44% of the time, which is unusually high for a home run hitter.
Maybe that's why he has 7 homers this year.
That's a great point. Herron just missing there.
Pretty good take.
So 1-2 with 2 on and 2 out. That one is into center field for a base hit. Here comes the runner around third. He'll score. The Angels with 2 runs home here in the 7th inning, and they lead it 3-0 as Shonowell touches home plate.
Oh man, boy, oh boy, this is. Yeah, this one hurts, boy. He muscled it. He went inside with it, and he ends up just getting it off the trademark and hitting it into center field. So 3 straight have reached since Tim Herron has been in this game. They increased their lead now to 3-0. They have 10 hits and still trying to end it.
22nd RBI of the season for Jorge Soler. Herron still not out of it. He'll face Trout. Now the Angels ahead by 3. Trout's only 1 for 3 tonight, but he's hit the ball hard a couple of times.
He's looked good in the batter's box for missing a month of baseball.
Certainly has.
Doesn't look like he's missed that much time, that's for sure.
And you know, if you go back and you look at his swings from 9-10 years ago and look now, not much difference.
No.
It's those hands through the zone so incredibly well. And he really does everything well. You want to talk about 5-tool player. This is the ultimate 5-tool player right here.
He was a baseball for how many years?
Yeah.
You know, it's just the older you get, he's starting to get a few more injuries and missing more time. And it's happened against us a couple times where he left the game when we were playing. And then he ended up missing the rest of the year a couple of years ago.
You're right. But you know what? After watching Ohtani be here the first 3 days of the week and then seeing him, it's amazing. They didn't find a way to get in the playoffs having those 2 guys.
No kidding with those 2 bats.
Mike Trout goes down swinging here. So Herron gets the strikeout, but the Angels get 2. They increase their lead to 3-0. Stretch time in Cleveland.
I want to talk about the Angels. They're my big surprise team of 2025.
The Angels make sure the halo will shine brightly tonight.
The energy level and the swag and the confidence.
It is Trout here.
Game's on notice.
Magneto magnificent.
High octane. It is fuel. It is hot. It's coming at you in a big way.
It was 105.5 miles an hour.
No way.
The Halos are unstoppable right now.
There's certain players in every lineup that make the lineup go. Speed, power, he is a difference maker.
Ketel Marte, he's done it one more time.
The best second baseman in the game, that's Ketel Marte.
There goes Corbin.
Just incredible speed.
He wants to bury people. He just doesn't want to beat you. He wants to drive you into the ground.
Goodbye, Snakes alive.
They're tearing the cover off the ball.
We play to win. We've played that way all year. I guess this is just another example of that. We know what's in that locker room. We know the heart we have.
T-Mobile coverage cam going back to 1977, 48 years ago, almost to the day. Dennis Eckersley, a no-hitter against the then California Angels at the old stadium.
And boy, what a day that was. It was a 1-0 game, and we scored in the first inning. It was a triple by Kuiper and a squeeze play by Jim Norris to get him the first run, matched up against Frank Tanana. And this guy, I mean, it was unbelievable. 13th of 14 no-hitters in club history back then. We know the closer he was. But before that game, the start before that, he won 12 innings in a ball game and won it 2-1. He had 12 strikeouts.
It's amazing.
And it went 7 2/3. Then he had the 9-inning no-hitter.
Yep.
And then the next start into Seattle, it went 5 2/3 no-hit innings. And Rupert Jones hit a home run to stop the 22 1/3 inning streaks, almost tied Cy Young.
It's amazing.
It was an incredible run by a pitcher.
You were playing center field that game in Seattle with the old Kings.
It went right over my head. I couldn't jump that high. It was a legitimate home run.
If you could have jumped 20 feet, you would have had it.
It was an amazing run. The kid could pitch. Boy, that was outstanding.
It certainly was.
Al, the rule is real simple with Arch. If it went over his head, that was the pitcher's fault.
That was his fault. I couldn't go any
No
higher.
matter how good he was going, that was his fault.
Well,
that's why he played so shallow.
Think about it. Only Cy Young had more. What do you have? 23 in the third innings. He missed it by 2 outs.
And to think, as you mentioned, the start before, he goes 12 innings.
Yeah.
For the complete game win.
Yeah, 2-1. Won that game.
We may have an injury out here. Not to cut you guys off, but.
So this is Robert Stevenson.
He just pointed at his tricep.
And he made his
debuted, what, 2 games ago? Or?
Yeah, with the Angels. So he had Tommy John surgery. He hadn't pitched in the majors since 2023. He looked good against the Yankees on Wednesday night in Anaheim. And Ron Washington was just about set to start using him in higher leverage situations. And let's hope tonight he's okay, because it's been a bit of a long road back for him, and he looked so good on Wednesday. And now, after just a couple of pitches, 3 here tonight, he was pointing to his right arm.
Right around the tricep there is what he got to
get somebody else. He's going to go get somebody else. I don't think he's going to leave him in.
You know how Ron is. I doubt he'll do that. But watch. Calls him out, made a look, and then he'll kind of point here in a second, right to the tricep.
Come here. No, you got to leave after that. No doubt. That's a shame.
Certainly is. So Stevenson will exit here.
We have seen this a lot this year. Now a guy's going to come in from the bullpen and warm up in the middle of the field with the, it looks like close to a full house.
Between this and rain, Arch, that's what we've seen this year.
No kidding.
And it appears Reed Detmers will come in, and he'll have as much time as he needs to get loose after the injury to Stevenson.
I would, if I was a reliever, I'd warm up out in the bullpen, because they usually get their stretching and everything done before they even start throwing pitches, and you can't do that, and that's why it takes them so long to come in. I mean, they got to get loose and ready.
So while Detmers begins to get loose, we will take a break. Bottom of the 7th inning in Cleveland. Angels in the lead, 3-0.
Should have used tick pick.
Wait, what'd you say?
Tick pick. Look.
Oh, whoa, dude.
What? There are no hidden fees. What'd you guys think I said?
Oh, tick pick. I thought you said.
Since its inception, the Boys and Girls Clubs have been more than a fun place for kids to go after school. For some, it's been a second home where they can learn, play, and grow. Thanks to the partnership between Major League Baseball and Boys and Girls Clubs, children of all backgrounds have access to safe spaces. All right, let's go take a selfie. MLB Together and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, empowering children and building futures. Bring it in.
Man, these seats.
Right? I wonder how the other guys are doing.
I spent hours finding a deal on these.
Trash. They should have used Game Time.
The easiest way to find only the best deals for the best seats with their Game Time picks.
What time is it?
Game Time.
Reed Detmers is in for the Angels. With the injury, he'll have as many warm-up pitches as he needed. Starters tonight were good for both sides. Jose Soriano, 6 innings, did not allow a run.
Had 3 double plays in tonight's ball game, and that got him out. We told you he was a ground ball pitcher, and boy, he kept it on the ground all night long. He just scattered 4 hits, and there's the 3rd double play. He did walk 4, had a couple of strikeouts, but boy, what a good sinker. He's in line now for the win.
And Ortiz tonight, not bad either. 6 innings, 1 run allowed, another quality start.
He shot a good stick himself. Tell you what, he had good stuff. But why is it this offense can't score when he's on the field?
Great
he came
question.
in with the lowest run support in the league at 2.70, and they didn't get him anything today. I mean, you got to start thinking, well, come on, boys, take him out to dinner or something? What does he got to do?
Yeah, it's going to be even less now after tonight.
Yeah.
So for the 4th straight game, Arch, Luis Ortiz has pitched now in 4 straight where he has never had a lead.
Yeah, that's a shame. You got to go out there and then put zeros on the board. He did a wonderful job today. Well, there's still some time left. They can get him off the hook, but that last inning where the pass ball and then the base hit, they were able to put 2 on the board. It's going to make it a little bit tougher.
So here's Reed Detmers and the numbers on him. He had a clean outing his last time out Wednesday night against the Yankees. An ERA though just below 7. So he'll see Schneemann, who's got a 1-2 count out. Go ahead.
This is the weirdest thing in the world when you're a reliever and you got to come in to get loose. Okay, because normally they come in, they throw their 7 or 8 pitches and they're ready to go. But I mean, he gets as much time as he wants, and rightfully so. But I mean, to come in and do it in front of everybody, that's it's not normal.
Certainly isn't.
It's happened 3 different times this year, and we've had one person who's been here for all of them, right?
Yep. That's our producer.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
We want to give him credit for that.
We won't blame him. Well, maybe we will. We'll step aside for a moment. Here's a message from Auto Owners Insurance. So 3-0 Angels. And you've got a chance here. Some lefties though. Schneemann is up, then Arias, then the lefty Bo Naylor, and Nolan Jones. That's who's due up here in this 7th inning. Now the Guardians have a shorter bench tonight than usual. Lane Thomas was placed on the IL just before today's game. They'll make a corresponding move tomorrow though. So only 3 players available off the bench as potential pitch hitters. They are all right-handed.
Yeah, Noel. Let me think. Hedges and Wilson.
Yep, and then Hedges as well. So you got 3 righties on the bench. There's a look at John Kenzie. Big Christmas. Checking out his iPad to get a little report there on Detmers.
Well, umpire goes to him. What do you think? You ready? He said yes. I'm ready to go. So good for him.
So again, he'll face Schneemann first with nobody out and a 1-2 count. Schnee tonight 0 for 1 with the walk. Trying to get something started against Detmers. Can't be easy for the hitter either. You see a righty with a certain repertoire. Now with 2 strikes, here comes a lefty.
Hang in there.
Checks on that. Oh, they're going to say he went.
Yeah, it looked like he did.
So Schneemann's a strikeout victim. 1 away here in the 7th inning.
There you'll see from the side. There you go.
Credit that strikeout to Detmers. So 3-0 Angels. 1 away here with nobody on for Arias. He takes ball 1 from Detmers. He does have that slow curve that you saw right there. That one at 72 miles per hour. Will change speeds on you. Arias hits it well.
Base knock.
Coming on Adele, and he gets there for the 2nd out. It's the night it's been for Arias. Hit it well his first time up to left. Ward caught that one, and now Adele here.
Yeah, I thought he had a chance for that one to fall.
So Arias is the 2nd out. 2 away for Bo Naylor.
Wow, as you talk about Detmers and where he's at, just remember 2 years ago he threw a no-hitter and they thought he was going to be one of their big guys as a starter, and just things have not gone right since he threw that no-no.
Yeah, that's true. And Detmers as well, Andre, is that type of pitcher when he has command, as you could say that for most guys, right? But with the change of speeds that he has, he can be very difficult to figure out.
Right, and that's why it's surprising when you saw him throw that no-hitter. We all thought, okay, this is going to be one of their guys for a while. But control has been an issue for a while now. But when he gets going, tough to hit.
Yep. He's ahead of Naylor here, 0-2. Detmers trying to make quick work here in the 7th. Bo able to hold. 31,000 plus here tonight. Fireworks night, dollar dog night.
T-shirt night.
T-shirt night, guards ball T-shirt.
Yes, a little bit of everything tonight.
And Naylor down swinging. 4th strikeout tonight for the Angels. And 7 are complete here in Cleveland. 3-0 LA.
I'll give you this brand new
electric vehicle
if you can prove to me you know your finances. How many subscriptions are you paying for?
Just 3.
You sure? Let's download the Rocket Money app right now and see if you're right. It's actually 21 subscriptions, which is costing you around $370 a month.
The app is telling you all this?
Rocket Money shows you all your expenses in one place and even helps you suggest a budget based on your past spending. Don't worry about the 21 subscriptions. You can cancel them right within the app. It'll even try and get you some of your money back.
Why pay too much for cable TV when it costs less for Fubo? Get all the channels you want with all the entertainment you love for the price that cable can't beat. Start watching at FuboTV.com.
Turn on baseball's biggest game changer, MLB Big Inning. Experience live baseball in a whole new way with up to 4 games on a single screen.
He is on fire.
MLB Big Inning, every game night on MLB.tv.
Here in Cleveland, Jacob Junis comes on. The umpires were having a conversation with him, and then they called Steven Kwan out. So when he came in from the bullpen, they checked him. Now he just took something off of his arm.
Yeah, he took sleeves.
Okay, so they're going to say he can't wear those. So he took it off his pitching arm and now his non-pitching arm as well.
What's odd about that? Guys, pitchers wear those all the time.
I know. That's,
you know what I mean? Like, guys wear those fake half sleeves all the time. I wonder why tonight they didn't want him to have those on there.
Well, you're going to find out from down near the dugout. I know that.
Unless there was perhaps a different color as well on the sleeve somewhere than what the top is. But that's the only thing that I could think of.
Usually, as long as they're not white.
They were blue.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
Then what's wrong with that?
I will dig in on that. I'm sure there's some unhappy people over here about it already. I can tell you that.
I was waiting for an investigative piece tonight. You know, I do some weather that Andre likes to tease me about.
Man,
Andre is now our investigative reporter.
I'm Carl Monday Jr. now. I get it when I need to get it. So
Carl Knott.
Carl Knott. That's right.
Carl Will.
Well, there's Junis's numbers this year for Cleveland. Got off to a great start in April out of the pen. True utility type pitcher. He can give you length if needed, pitch middle relief or setup, even quick close in some situations.
Well, the job here, as you both know, is to keep the game right where it's at. You can't make comebacks. You can't make comebacks without the middle guys doing their job.
Yep.
Well, you're down to 6 outs.
All right, now you got Vogt bringing out sleeves. Are these the right colors? And he's showing them to the ump.
Oh, that's got to be crazy. If they allow,
now I
then he must have. That could be right.
Al, you might be on it, but here's my thing. Doesn't it usually take the opposing team to complain? He hadn't even gotten out here to throw a pitch yet.
Well, when the umpires took so generally when the pitcher comes out of the bullpen, they'll take a look and make sure there's no foreign substances.
Right.
If an umpire sees an infraction like that, I believe he, at that moment, as happened here, has to say. So now I could be wrong, but I thought I saw like very faint yellow or green.
There was a green line
at the bottom
around
of the sleeve. At the bottom of the wrist, yes. But that's where that's where we're at now. I'll cut my mic off.
Well, you know what? At least he's healthy.
Yeah.
True. Yeah,
See,
you're right
there it is at the bottom of him. That's a good call. I didn't know if that was a wristband or what. But it's
that's baseball 2025.
Yep. So now those sleeves are same color as the top, and we're ready to go. Logan O'Hoppe will lead off the 8th inning for the Angels. Couple of strikeouts and a walk and a grounder here. Jose with a tough play, barehanded. Made a good effort, but O'Hoppe is safe at first on an infield single.
Yeah, nothing you could do there. You're playing him back, and he runs pretty well for a catcher. But the barehanded play, you're just not going to get him. So there's an infield single. Now 11 hits for the Angels.
10 out of those 11 are singles. Cleveland with 4 hits tonight, all singles. Here's Adele. Good pitch there by Junis. Sinker, lower half of the zone. Couple of hits tonight for Joe Adele. Has the average back above 200 at 204. Began the night at 194 and hits that one high in the air to deep left center. Martinez back near the wall, leaping and can't get it. Kwan plays it well though. The throw in, and everybody's safe. It's a double for Adele as O'Hoppe heads to third, and now the Angels with runners at second and third and nobody out here in the 8th inning.
This ball, I mean, that was a slider away, and he got a good piece of that ball for being on the outside corner, and there was a nice attempt there by Martinez, and Kwan right there to help, made a beautiful play. And he goes right into second. O'Hoppe, he had to wait before he could go because he wasn't sure Martinez was going to catch that ball. And Kwan got it in nicely, but now a second and third, nobody out, and a chance to open this one up. They watch him. He's going to go to second. He wasn't sure, but once he gets off it, Kwan had that ball, but his main instinct, I got to go to second base with it. You know, you don't know what the runner's doing, and nobody could help him out in that situation because Martinez was going after the ball.
And there were nobody out either, so you don't want to take any sort of a risk here.
You can't. You got to get it right in as quickly as he did. He did a beautiful job.
Kingery doubled his last time up. Scored a run as well. And it's 3-0 here. The Angels now with 6 of their 12 hits with runners on base. Kingery a chance here as the Angels look to blow this one open. 4-pitch walk for Kingery, and now they're loaded with nobody out. That'll bring Luis Rengifo to the plate.
Number 2, Luis Rengifo.
0 for 3 tonight. He'll see Junis for the first time. Junis, the 4th Guards pitcher tonight. Rengifo takes strike 1. Corners in. Double play depth up the middle for Cleveland. There's a look. Swing and a miss for Rengifo. Junis could certainly use a strikeout here. And he got it.
Wow, got him to chase that little slider away. Gets the first one.
First strikeout for Junis. The 8th for Cleveland pitching.
That ball just out of the zone. He got him to chase. That's what happens. And if he was going to hit it, he was going to hit it into the ground.
So now a double play could get the Guardians out of it here in the 8th. Here's Neto. Good comebacker there for Junis. He gets strike 1. Neto's been up 4 times tonight. He's got a single and a couple of strikeouts. Saw there with the numbers. Neto
really
very
good
dangerous.
numbers with bases loaded.
The bases loaded. Pat Tabler like right there.
Almost as good as Tabby.
Tabby was 486 in his career.
Tabby was outstanding.
421, an impressive number, and he's ahead in the count here at 2-1.
Oh yeah, sitting on a breaking ball right there when you take a fastball in this situation. Bases loaded. You know, you got a 2-1 count. He was looking slider.
And it looked like that pitch was away, and it stayed there on the outside corner for Junis.
Well, he's going to come back. Yeah, I don't think he's going to get another fastball.
We'll see what Junis does here with the count at 2-2 and 1 away. Bases loaded. And he got him.
Wow, what a chance. He's got a chance to get out of this, get back-to-back strikeouts, and just keep it a 3-0 game.
That's because Al compared him to Tabby. Don't you do that.
That's what it took, right?
Yes, sir. You better come up with another one. Let's go.
If I invoked Tabler, you knew that Neto was going to strike out there with the bases loaded.
That was good work, Al.
I do what I can.
Well, you got one more to go, so
that's true.
Get after it.
Here's Shonowell. He's got a couple of hits tonight, both singles.
Yeah, the last hit, though, it was when he got a base hit after the pass ball and started that inning, you know, with 2 outs and nobody on, and they ended up getting a walk and another single to add on and get that 3rd run. Yeah.
It's a great pitch, great placement of that fastball.
I mean, he goes out there and it's like there's nobody on.
Yeah.
Well, when you get in a situation like this, if you can get out of it and give up no runs, boy, oh boy, did you earn it.
It's the fire that this dugout needs to try to get back in the game if he can get out.
Yeah,
of it.
that could flip a switch. Yes. I mean, sure, offensively, I mean, they've been out hit 12-4. The runs are 3-0. They ain't put anything else on the board.
It's gonna be tough.
It's gonna be very tough. But now 3-1 count. He's gonna have to go in there and at least make him swing the bat.
So Shonowell in a pretty good spot with that 3-1 count. There are 2 outs. And the 3-1 from Junis. We got the inside corner with that sinker.
He was not looking in. He was looking away. All right, something's got to give. He'll take a timeout and regroup it. Boy, Junis has done something else. This would be like a Houdini act, man.
Trying to get out of a bases loaded and nobody out.
Pull a rabbit out of the hat.
Everyone moving here. And Junis seeing if perhaps he could get Adele to go too early.
What do you think the odds on that are? In this situation?
About 2%.
Not even.
Here it comes. On the ground is second. Schneemann. Diving play gets up.
He got out of it. Can you believe it?
Well, Jacob Junis saw the bases loaded with nobody out. He escapes. The Angels still ahead, though, 3-0.
The alpha dog among big league closers right here. Top of the food chain, Manuel Clase.
Jose Ramirez, one of the most unsung great players in the game of baseball.
Goodbye. That's why he needs his gamer.
Cutter at 100 miles per hour coming at you.
Home run, Jose Ramirez.
Best power, speed, and run production is Jose Ramirez, Jose Ramirez, and Jose Ramirez. He's a complete player.
Ball game. Swing and a miss. Bucket. You get into the 9th inning, done deal.
Never clean your gutters again with LeafGuard. LeafGuard's seamless design keeps leaves, pests, and sediment out while directing water away from your home, preventing wood rot and foundation decay, giving you peace of mind that your home and family are protected from water damage with the industry's premier maintenance-free gutter system. Call 844-6LeafGuard right now for 75% off installation plus $200 off your purchase. LeafGuard, get it today. Protected for life.
Jacob Junis with an outstanding effort in the 8th inning. It's our Union Home Mortgage play of the game. He came in with 2 on and nobody out. They made him take his sleeves off because he had a little bit of green, we are guessing, at the end of him. So he had to go with no green on the sleeves. Walked Kingery to load the bases with nobody out. And then here he comes, strikeout city.
Boy, he made some pitches in the sequences. You get the next 2 to strike out, full count, and then gets a ground ball out on a sliding play to first base. Now that keeps it 3-zip. Now it's time for the offense to kick in.
Certainly is, as Cleveland will send Jones, Kwan, and Martinez to the plate here in the 8th. Trailing 3-0. A new pitcher in for the Angels is Zephyr-John. The Angels pitcher number 4 tonight. It's ball 1 to Jones. The Guardians, since the beginning of 2024, have 56 comeback wins. It's the second most during that time period in Major League Baseball to the Dodgers. They win tonight. It will have to be of the comeback variety once again. Jones with a line drive single to center his last time up in the 5th. Two and 1 to Nolan Jones. He's trying to find a way out here. Arch down 3-0.
Yeah, that's what you need. You need base runners. You got to get some traffic. You got to get something rolling. Any way to get on.
Yep, playing him to pull. That one right there. Zephyr-John with the 4-seam fastball bullseye, and it's 2-2. Jones bloops that one to left field. Ward over. 1 out here in the 8th inning. That'll bring Steven Kwan to the plate. Singled his first time up. Retired on ground balls to the second baseman in the 3rd and 5th innings. And Cleveland just hasn't been able to get that offense going.
No, they have not. You're right. I mean, and Soriano was a big reason why they could not get it going. He was outstanding tonight. I was just glad when we started the day that we saw Kwan's name in the lineup.
Yep. Not
knowing if he was going to be playing today when we walked to the ballpark.
Better hitter later in the game when the stakes are higher. Steven Kwan, a good eye. He's been able to pick pitches out and drive the ball late. See if he can here.
Well, you know what your job is. Get on base, and there's no one better than Kwan in doing it.
One and 1 to Kwan. Gets that one to center. But right there was Adele. 2 outs.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see Kwani hit the ball in the air. You want him to have a line drive and straightaway center. This time a fly out.
So 2 quick outs for Ryan Zephyr-John. And now on Hill Martinez. Still looking for his first hit of the night. 0 for 3.
And you know, the manager Ron Washington over there wants to end this inning now and not give Jose a chance and get him to lead off the next inning.
A pitch above the zone, but called a strike. So 0-1 to Martinez. It's that one hard and through. 5th hit of the night for Cleveland. First for Martinez. And now Jose Ramirez, trying to extend his 21-game hitting streak, will step to the plate.
They've had 3 of their 5 hits with 2 outs. You know, and that's tough to start a rally there. They had the leadoff hit by Kwani, and then in the 4th they had 2 singles, and right now.
Arch, as soon as that ball went through the hole, I saw the whole coaching staff over there start scrambling.
Yeah.
Exactly what you said. This is
I
not
know,
what they
and
want.
he wanted him to lead that inning off so badly. There's no question about it. But now this could be the lightning bolt.
That went high to Ramirez. So all 3 of his at-bats were against Soriano. all 3 of his previous at-bats resulted in ground ball outs. A little bit different now with Zephyr-John on the hill. He's staying away from Jose.
Well, now he's going to be careful with this guy and this guy, and you get the next runner. Then you got the tying run coming to the plate.
The mindset of Jose Ramirez, though, is such a winner that he's not going to care about the hit streak. He's going to try to get on base, like you just said.
You're right, Andre. There's no question about it. He tried to hit that one out.
Got a pitch over the plate. Fouled it off for strike 1.
Well, that's what this crowd needs. They need a jolt, and it would be nice if he could do it. I'd just love to see him get on base and keep it going.
31,000 plus, looking for a reason to get loud here tonight in Cleveland. So it appears the game plan is to go high fastballs to Jose out of the zone.
One more high fastball and he'll be on first.
Al, you just said it. It's almost like it's not putting 4 fingers up, but it's very good.
Right. You're not getting anything to hit, but you're bringing a tying run to the dish.
Breaking ball, Jose held, and he'll head to first base.
There you go.
And now the tying run will come to the plate here in the 8th inning in Kyle Manzardo.
Now we'll have a little talk.
So that is the one danger. If you stay away from Ramirez, you now give Manzardo a chance to tie.
Right, and you take your chances that way. I'd rather, but sure. Even if Jose hit a home run, you'd still be leading by 1 in that situation.
But what do we always talk about? These managers are making bets, right? You'd rather make a bet that you don't have Ramirez hurting you and get to
Yes.
And you go at a rookie, a young guy that
You're going to take your chances that way. The odds are in your favor.
Yes. Now, in saying that, Manzardo's had a good eye tonight. And usually when you see a guy with a good eye, he's getting locked in.
Yep.
Manzardo's hit some clutch home runs for us, too, late in games. Remember that.
And he's reached base every time tonight. Couple of walks and a single.
Well, might be the right man in the right spot.
I gave you the numbers the other day. After the 7th inning, he's been one of the best hitters on this team.
Exactly. He's got a knack.
So we'll see how Zephyr-John and the Angels work him here. Stay away with the low pitch.
Yeah, just don't help him out. Make him get in the zone.
That was the sweeper for ball 1. Saw the numbers for Manzardo. Good in late inning situations, as Andre and Rick pointed out. That one just nips the upper portion of the zone. 1-1.
Wasn't a good one for him to hit.
Two on, 2 out. Manzardo, the tying run at the plate. Fastball blew him away.
He challenged him there 97, and I'll tell you what, he was ready for it. Fouled it straight back. Now you got to change your approach a little bit and just try and get a base hit, get on the board. Take your single, do whatever it takes. He threw that ball by him. That 97 was by him.
1-2 to Manzardo. Able to stay alive as he fouled off that 100-mile-per-hour pitch.
This guy's getting it up to 100. I think he feels it, doesn't he? I didn't know he threw that hard. Mike, it sure did.
And we didn't see that to Jose Ramirez.
97 to 100.
Manzardo down in the count, 1-2, but he's been able to waste a couple of pitches.
I wouldn't slow it down.
He did. Well, not much.
Yeah,
2 miles
2
per
miles
hour.
an hour.
It's 2-2.
Yeah, you can't make a mistake here with a break.
That's how fast you drive. That's no difference.
I'm speed limit all the time, Andre. You know that.
Wink, wink.
He got him.
Swing and a miss on a good sweeper from Zephyr-John. So the Guardians, best opportunity of the night. No score in the 8th for Cleveland. They're still down 3-0.
The 611 podcast meets MLB Network. Join longtime teammates and former MVPs Jimmy Rollins and Ryan Howard, plus other former players for unfiltered conversations about baseball, culture, and life. Only on MLB Network.
The face of the game of baseball is running through this guy right here.
That dude has electricity coming out of his pores.
You're changing the sport, man. I just go out there every day and give them 100%.
Every day he does something that draws your attention.
Green is cooking with gas.
It feels like he's finally put it all together. I think Hunter Green's about to become a super ace of a playoff team. That's what the Cincinnati Reds are going to be in 2025.
In Cleveland, 3-0 Angels. Kyle Manzardo against Ryan Zefferjon. Quite a pitch sequence here, Arch.
It really was. When you go up, he started a breaking ball down, and then he got a little cutter up top. And then he started to throw it. A 97 and 100. Missed off the dish. Breaking ball got him at 85. And I mean, wow.
Pretty impressive sequence there.
Yes, it was.
So Ryan Zefferjon gets out of it. Here's Andrew Walters for Cleveland, their 5th pitcher tonight. After Luis Ortiz, the starter, went 6, only surrendered 1 run. Fly ball here by Taylor Ward to center. That's a can of corn. And the first out recorded here in the 9th inning. Numbers on Walters, just his 2nd appearance this year. Pitched very well in September and into October, Arch, last season.
Right. Then got injured, and you know, he's coming back. He pitched very well for us last year, no doubt.
Jorge Soler with 1 out, nobody out. Just off the plate at 97 for Walters. He can get it up there with that 4-seam fastball. Soler on a couple of times tonight, also has a run and an RBI. Swings through that one. And Robert Stevenson, who left the game earlier for the Angels after only 3 pitches, left with right bicep discomfort.
Yeah, it looked like it. He was pointing at it.
So we hope the best for him. Again, he came back from Tommy John. His first outing since 2023 was Wednesday night in Anaheim against the Yankees, a clean inning. And then his 2nd outing here tonight through only 3 pitches, pointed to his arm and had to exit. It's around Washington. You've seen a very well pitched game tonight by his Angels pitching staff. Only a pretty well pitched game tonight by Cleveland as well. They've only given up 3 runs, have been able to scatter 12 hits, 10 of those singles by the Angels, the other 2 doubles.
Lucky it's only 3-0, right? They had many opportunities. They have left 11 on base.
Soler blasts that one to left. It's near the pole. It is gone. A home run, just fair for Jorge Soler. That home run is his 8th of the year, a solo shot. And the Angels are up 4-0.
That one was high and deep, and it did stay inside that pole. See what it is? It's a heater in, and boy, he got his hands in there and through the hittings area, didn't he? He didn't mess around, and he knew it. It had the distance, and you can see it traveling.
Just inside the foul pole. And now Walters grabs his armpit after he releases that ball.
Oh, my goodness.
And they'll come out and take a look at him. So he felt something. And now the training staff will attend to Walters.
He's in some pain.
He's in real pain.
Down in Columbus, he had to go on the IL for a stent because of some arm issues. Also, during spring training, one of the reasons he did not make the team is because he was dealing with some things, guys. So this has been ongoing, and they've been trying to watch him carefully because, as I talked about the other night, Arch, he came right out of college and threw a lot of pitches at the University of Miami as well.
Yeah, boy, that's not a good sign.
So Andrew Walters will have to exit.
Pitcher of the night having to walk off the field, one by each ball club.
So first Stevenson and now Walters, and you can see by the grimace he's in some pain, and we wish the best for that young man who has so much promise. So he'll head off. We'll take a look at it once again.
Oh boy. As soon as he threw that, he felt it. Something snapped.
So Walters will exit here with one out in the 9th inning. And we'll take a break here while Cleveland will bring in another pitcher, and we'll be back in just a moment.
SiriusXM's The Leadoff Spot is now on MLB Network. Join Steve Phillips and former MLB players Xavier Scruggs and Eduardo Perez for a recap of the night's action, preview of the day ahead, plus in-depth baseball interviews all season long on MLB Network.
It's a great night for baseball.
This matchup features some of the best talent in the game. A lot of power, a lot of marquee names.
Here we go. Buckle up, folks.
There's a guy who wants to be in the spotlight.
The bats have come alive. A showstopper. We're just playing Powerball. This place doesn't know what hit them.
These teams are entertaining, are they not? The show continues.
Experience game-to-game coverage of the night's biggest moments, live and commercial-free. MLB Network Strike Zone, Wednesday and Friday nights all season.
Smith has come on for Cleveland to replace the injured Andrew Walters, so he's continuing to take his warm-up pitches. Kate Smith with his 27th appearance this year, Rick, and ever since he made the team last year, this guy has been It's about as effective as they get in leverage situations.
No doubt about it. This guy's been awesome.
We had Kate Smith on Guardians pregame a couple of days ago.
I did see that. Was awesome.
We had a lot of fun
batting
talking
practice,
to him.
huh?
Yep. He's a very thoughtful kid. You know, he had a 3.95 GPA in college, majoring in biology. I mean, I had a 3.25 majoring in communications.
You didn't have to tell us that, Al.
I know, but I quite below Mr. Smith with a different major. I was talking with Chris. He said he majored in baseball, but he had about a 3.0.
Should have been higher.
So here's Mike Trout with 1 out in the 9th inning. 4-0 Angels. Nobody out. Trout with a couple of strikeouts tonight. A line out and a single in his return after 30 days off. That injury, and he looks at strike 1 from Cade Smith. He's got multiple pitches. That sweeper is one of those. His split finger has been very devastating.
Oh, it's been, yeah. He got out of a situation in Detroit last weekend. I mean, bases loaded, nobody out. Same way, struck out the side, and he had 15 pitches, 9 fastballs, 6 splits. Yeah, it's a combination. I mean, he'd be closing for a lot of other ball clubs in this league.
Absolutely. Trout hits it hard. A good one-handed play by Arias. Gets up, throws, and got him. That's not an easy play, and Arias flashed the arm.
Yeah, he got rid of it quickly, and he went down to the side to throw over to first base and made a good throw. But I've been impressed. That was your split right there. Arias, there you go. Sidearm, wings it over there. Trout has swung the bat very well tonight. Hit the ball hard 3 times.
Certainly doesn't look like he was off for a month. So 2 outs. Logan O'Hoppe takes ball 1 from Cade Smith. O'Hoppe, a couple of singles tonight. First time up and last time up in the 8th inning. One and one here to the catcher that came up with the Philadelphia Phillies organization. Two and one now to O'Hoppe. Looking ahead to the 9th, Santana, Schneemann, and Arias are due up. 5, 6, and 7 for the Guards. Two and two now to O'Hoppe. And strike 3 on a swing and a miss. 10th strikeout for Cleveland pitching. The Angels with another run on the Soler solo homer. 4-0 Angels as we head to the 9th.
Every game night is a chance to go big with MLB Big Inning. Turn on baseball's only nightly show that brings you the biggest plays of the night, live and commercial-free.
Strikes him out.
No one stacks more clutch plays into one live show with up to 4 games on a single screen.
Out of here! He is on fire. It's a walk-off winner.
Change up game night with baseball's biggest game changer, MLB Big Inning, presented by Nissan. Every night, all season long on MLB.tv.
Yordan Alvarez is just becoming this consistent hitting machine.
The big man who wears 44 is 4 for 4.
Face of the franchise, everything that is Houston now.
He's top 5 in every category for the Houston Astros historically.
Always just assume they're going to play in the ALCS.
There's no effort. Boom.
And you can kiss that goodbye. That's a game winner.
Late inning heroics once again. He's a legend.
Unbelievable.
ninth here in Cleveland, 4-0 Angels. Kenley Jansen in for a non-save situation. And he's taken over that closer's role this year for the Angels. A look at his numbers.
11 for 11, even though you mentioned it's not a save, but they want to stop that string. They've lost 5 in a row. They want to put it to an end right now.
And how about this for the Angels? As you mentioned, Arch, they've lost 5 in a row, all at home. They've won 7 in a row on the road.
Yeah, they've been playing. They've been good road warriors, man.
So trying to win their 8th straight away from Southern California. Carlos Santana to lead off the 9th for Cleveland. It's in the dirt for ball 1. Carlos 1 for 3 tonight. He singled back in the 4th inning. There's an 8-game hit streak. Extended that to 9 with that single earlier. Two and 1. Stay tuned after the game. Kaylee Griffin, Chris Jimenez will have Guardians postgame for you. Game 2 in this series tomorrow at 4. We're with you at 3:30. 3-1 now to Santana. It appears Jansen, at least earlier, doesn't have a feel on the hill.
You're right. Doesn't look like he does, and that's what you need. Get the base runner and just get it somebody on base and put a little pressure on it.
Ball 4 to Santana. So even though it's a 4-run cushion, you don't want to walk the leadoff man.
You don't want to walk anybody. Right. You know, you're trying to throw strikes. You got to make them put it in play. And right now, you've got to take a pitch, I think, if you're Schneeman. There they are. There they are. Put the take sign on to make sure he gets in the strike zone. There they are.
Sitting there in the front row in the bleachers. Swing and a miss for Schnee. I think, Andre, he was trying to hit one to him there.
Oh, you saw what the manager did. Arch basically said it.
Yeah.
But Schnee saw something he liked.
Schnee said, yeah.
Oh, he gave him a strike on that one. He would appear pretty far off.
This game is cruel.
It can be.
You know, you make it cruel.
So 0-2 to Schneeman.
Speaking of cruel, I told the story when we were in Anaheim. So Jansen, you know, used to be the closer with the Dodgers. He moved back when he went to the Angels. Moved back to the same neighborhood. He said, the people that used to love me don't talk to me no more because I don't pitch for the Dodgers.
He's wearing red, not blue.
I walk my dog now and everybody stares at me. They don't say hi anymore.
Schneeman with the blast to center, but Adela's right there. 1 out. And the problem is now Jansen's pitching for the team a little bit too far south on I-5.
Yeah.
The LA fan base certainly is heavily slanted towards the Dodgers.
It's amazing how different it is, even though you're basically in the same town.
Right.
2 different places.
Yep. Here's Gabe Arias. Hit the ball hard a couple of times tonight, but nothing to show for it. So he bats with 1 on and 1 out here in the 9th. Cleveland trailing by 4. Fouls that one straight back. 1-1 to Arias. Bo Naylor on deck. He would be followed by Nolan Jones. Cleveland trying to get some base runners here, down by 4. And pop foul and out of play. One and 2 the count. Guardians with 5 hits tonight, all singles. 13 hits for the Angels, 4 runs.
They want it up.
Arias again hits it high to the right. This one will be close, but it's out. Count remains 1-2. Pitches tonight for Jansen thus far. Here's the 1-2. That'll stay fair. Yep. Easy play in right field for Soler. And 2 are out here in the 9th inning. That'll bring Bo Naylor to the plate. Game 2 in this series tomorrow afternoon at 4. It'll be Hendricks for the Angels, Ciccone for Cleveland, 3:30 Guardians pregame with Chris and Kaylee. They're coming up in just a moment here as well. We hope there's a long moment though before they do. Bo Naylor the batter. Reached base with a walk his first time up in the 3rd inning. Carlos Santana will take second on defensive indifference. It's strike 1 to Bo Naylor. Naylor out in front of that one. And the count's 0-2. Jansen a strike away from the Angels' 8th consecutive road win if he's successful. Angels came into tonight 5 games below 500. Cleveland 5 games above.
You're right. He hasn't had a good feel for his pitches. 17 pitches, 10 have been strikes, 7 have been balls. But when you have a big lead like this, you're looking for one last out.
Yep. Naylor staying alive. Nolan Jones would be next. Bo Naylor trying to keep it alive. Again, the 1-2 from Jansen. And again, Naylor fouls it off and stays alive. Santana will trot to 3rd. Two and 2.
He's just going out there and he's going into a stretch, but it's like a full windup.
Yeah. The Angels with the 4-run lead are unconcerned with Carlos. So he said, fine, I'll take 3rd base. That one low, says Marvin Hudson. 3-2 now to Bo Naylor. And 21 pitches here in the 9th inning for Kenley Jansen. Bo just trying to keep it alive here in the 9th for Cleveland. Ball 4. So as we talked about a few moments ago, Kenley Jansen doesn't necessarily have that feel, it appears, tonight. He's thrown some wide ones, 22 pitches, just 12 for strikes, not terrible. But now 2 are aboard for Nolan Jones, and if he can find his way aboard, Steven Kwan would represent the tying run next.
You know what else has happened here, Al? He keeps throwing all these pitches. He's not going to be available for the rest of the series.
Absolutely.
That's not the rest, but you know what I mean. He get up to about 30. He won't be available tomorrow.
So there's some small victories here, and Cleveland, of course, hope that plays into a larger one. But still much work to do.
Ball is gone.
Jones with a base hit to right. Shutout's over as Santana scores. Naylor checks into third base, and now the tying run will come to the plate.
Walks have a way to come back and haunt you in baseball. I don't care what the score is, who you are. You give free passes, take advantage. He gets a 95-mile-an-hour heater down, and he's a good low ball
Keeps
hitter.
Jones hot.
And he got himself his second hit tonight.
Arch, why do we see this with closers so often?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know what.
I can't explain it.
And I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but you know who's in the hole with a chance to possibly extend that streak if we can get 2 more guys up.
Well, the key is you just got to keep it one man at a time. You don't worry about streaks. You're trying to win a game now. You're down to last out. Look at he's hitting himself in the head, thinking, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, he just, as I said, the best way to describe it, he just doesn't appear to have that feel for his pitches tonight. So now Cleveland with the chance.
He knows better than anybody. He's thinking, all right, now it's time to pull it together. And you got one of the toughest hitters in the game to try and put away. You bring him up, and then that, that's a tying run right now. But you figure Kwan will get a base hit or keep it rolling. But keep this train moving.
Kwan singled back in the first inning, his only hit tonight. That went on the corner for a strike.
Remember, did they have on the pregame show Albert Bell home run here in the center field off of Lee Smith.
Into the picnic area.
No, the barbecue pit.
Kwan bloops that one to center. Adele coming on, says he has it, and he does. And the game is over. Final score tonight in Cleveland. The Angels 4, the Guardians 1. Cleveland falls to 30-26. The Angels improve to 26-30. Three hours the game time tonight, and a Mike Trout's return to the Angels after 30 days on the IL. The Angels pick up the victory, their 8th straight on the road, and they ended overall 5-game losing streak.
Yeah, tough way to go. No offense, and you know, it was a well-pitched game, you know, up to the 7 innings, and the Angels were able to add on. And the offense just couldn't do anything, and they muster 1 run at the end of the game, so it's a hard way to go.
Certainly is, and tonight in Cleveland, the Angels come out on top in the first game of this 3-game set. Thanks to our great crew here tonight. For Rick Manning and Andre Knott, I'm Al Pulowski. Stay tuned. Post-game show is next. Chris Jimenez, Kaylee Griffin have that for you. 4-1 the final in Cleveland.
I think the sneaky team to watch is the Giants.
It's going to be fun to watch this staff. That is the best ballpark in the world to pitch in San Francisco.
A lot of experience up top.
I like where this team's headed.
High drive! It is out of here! Doesn't get any better than this.
Logan Webb might be the most underappreciated quality starting pitcher in all of baseball.
If this Giants team is going to make noise, it's going to be because of their starting rotation.
Yeah, for me, it's really important for us to establish an identity.
You're going to be talking about the Giants in September again.
San Diego's a dangerous team.
Man, they have enough talent to run the table.
Every game here is like a party. Manny Machado walks it off!
Fans are also playing a part. They're affecting the game.
Fernando Tatis Jr., electric!
The team that we got in there, man, we're ready to compete. We're ready to handle the unfinished business that we have.
The towels flying, the fans going nuts.
Welcome to Slam Diego!
into Guardians post-game here on Guardians TV, presented by Progressive. The Guardians falling just short. They had their opportunities here this evening, but the Angels finishing with 13 hits. They pull out the victory, ending a 5-game losing streak and extending their road winning streak to 8. Hi, everyone. I'm Kaylee Griffin alongside Chris Jimenez as the Guardians fall to the Angels here tonight 4-1. And Chris, again, the Guardians had their opportunities throughout tonight's game, but just couldn't capitalize in those moments.
Yeah, tough pitching matchup for the Guardians tonight. A lot of double plays, a lot of ground balls, early outs. You can see these guys wanting to be aggressive, just unfortunately not able to get enough barrel on ball and find enough green grass.
Well, let's start with the starting pitching for the Guardians, and tonight it was Luis Ortiz. He went 6 innings, 97 pitches, 65 first strikes, gave up 7 hits, 1 earned run, walked 2, and struck out 5. Chris, in the pregame show, you said he's got to find the strike zone. Seemed like he found it here tonight.
Honestly, he really did a great job. You can see him mixing up his pitches here. He got in the strike zone early. Maybe a little bit of help on a pitch right there, but trust me, when you get in the strike zone early enough, you're allowing these guys to not get comfortable in the at-bat. They have to be a little bit more on the offensive and not being aggressive, right? Just being a little bit more defensive, I guess is the best way to put it. Luis did a great job tonight ultimately.
Yeah.
You know, made it through 6 innings, but really did a good job of keeping off of barrels of these Anaheim hitters.
Well, let's take a look at the Angels starting pitcher tonight. That was Jose Soriano. He got the best of the Guardians here this evening, and he went through 6 innings as well, 96 pitches, 57 of them for strikes here this evening. He allowed 4 hits. He walked 4, and he struck out 2. Starting pitching tonight, they did their job.
Yeah, they really did. And again, speaking of staying off of the barrels of the opposing team, you know, give Soriano a ton of credit. He really did a good job of using the top part of the strike zone, the bottom part of the strike zone when he absolutely had to. You know, like I said, 2 double plays hit by Carlos Santana in particular. Just did a really good job of mixing his stuff, not staying in the same location, and really doing a fantastic job of keeping the ball on the ground all night tonight.
This game was in reach for the Guardians for pretty much through the entire game, but the top of the 7th inning, that is where things got a little bit out of hand. It started with a pass ball through Bo Naylor here.
Tough. Trust me, as a former catcher, it kills me to say that was a pass ball, but unfortunately it was. You know, he just wasn't able to quite get his glove turned back over. Almost looked like the ball stayed up just a little bit higher than he was really anticipating it. You know, that allowed that run from third base to score. And you and I were sitting up in the press box talking. I said, this is a very, very, interesting move right here, meaning in the sense that Shanuel is the only left-handed hitter in the next run of 3. If he's not able to get him out, you're now having to face the heart of their lineup, which are all right-handed hitters. With a left-handed pitcher, the platoon disadvantaged in that situation. Ultimately, they only ended up scoring 2 runs in that inning, but it didn't really work out, and that's, baseball happens like that sometimes.
Yeah, Jorge Soler with the RBI single in that top of the 7th, and then, of course, the solo home run we saw there at the top of the 9th.
That was a no-doubter.
He closed this game out. We got more coming up here on Guardians post-game as we continue to wrap this one up. The Guardians, they had their opportunities, but the Angels snap a 5-game losing streak tonight, extending their road win streak to 8 as they come away with a 4-1 victory here in Cleveland.
I'll give you this brand new electric vehicle if you can prove to me you know your finances. How many subscriptions are you paying for?
Just 3.
You sure? Let's download the Rocket Money app right now and see if you're right. It's actually 21 subscriptions, which is costing you around $370 a month.
The app is telling you all this?
Rocket Money shows you all your expenses in one place and even helps you suggest a budget based on your past spending. Don't worry about the 21 subscriptions. You can cancel them right within the app. It'll even try and get you some of your money back.
Roar is back in Motown. Right now in Major League Baseball, we have a new Tiger King. Tarek Skubal owns this mound.
Look at him walking off the mound. This guy's a nightmare.
This kid's special, doing it all.
Riley Green saves the day.
Does everything on the field, plays great defense, can steal bags.
He's a monster.
If I'm on time, I know my swing is going to be in the best spot possible for me to hit the ball.
Riley Green tears into another one.
That's the Tigers, baby.
The Angels secure the Game 1 victory, taking down the Guardians here tonight 4-1. Let's hear from the manager now as we head down to the clubhouse. Here's Steven Kwan.
What do you think of Ortiz?
I thought Louis was great. 6 innings, 6 solid innings, and gave us a really good chance to win. Louis was phenomenal.
What was Soriano able to do so well?
His sinker was moving a ton today. I mean, you saw the pull side ground balls. When you know he has one and you're trying to lift him in the air and you're still having a hard time getting in the air, that thing was running and diving harder than normal, and he was able to land his curveball whenever he needed a strike as well. He had it all working.
What's the initial report on Walters?
So obviously felt the pain in his armpit. Everybody saw it. We're gonna get an MRI tomorrow. Obviously not good. Just feel for Andrew. I mean, just you could see the pain he was in. He's hurting, both emotionally and physically. So you never want to see that in their guy too, Stevenson. I mean, you never want to see 2 pitchers come out of the game. The guys work so hard to keep themselves healthy and go out and put it on the line for their teammates every night. And so to watch 2 guys walk off the mound, that was a tough night. So praying for Andrew going into tomorrow.
Junis with the, we've seen those sleeves before. Was there something?
Yeah, I guess there was a memo that I never saw it. Those are no longer permitted. So I was not aware of that, which it is what it is. He was able to change his arm sleeves.
What do you make of all the injuries that have, sort of snake bit the team so far this year?
It's part of what happens. There's no rhyme or reason. These guys work extremely hard. Our medical staff does a great job. Strength and conditioning, sports science. It just happens. These guys are playing hard. The game is played faster and harder now than it ever has been. And these guys are putting, their bodies on the line every night, and injuries happen. It's part of the game. It's the ugliest part of the game. We don't like it. We feel for the players who do get injured. They're our family. But to try and put a reason on it, that's not fair to anybody.
Ortiz had 22 called strikes today, which is a season high. Is that him attacking the zone the way you kind of want to see him do?
Absolutely, yeah. And Bo back there presenting the ball very well. So, no, Louis was outstanding. He was attacking the zone all night.
Well, there was clearly some questioning about what was going on with Jacob Junis there in the top of the 8th. When it came to the sleeves, obviously Steven Kwan also had those questions.
For sure.
It seems like we still don't really know the answers, though.
Yeah, apparently there was a memo that went out that's not allowing these to come out. You can see here, if we get a close-up to it, there's a little bit of a green-looking ring on the bottom of that sleeve there. I don't know if they thought, that may cause some sort of an issue, I guess you could say. It sounds like, Ben Lively has worn those sleeves multiple times this year, and this memo that came out, good on the umpiring staff for allowing him to change the sleeves. It looked a little ominous when he initially talked to the first check of the umpire, and they start walking to the mound together. That made it look a little dicey there for a second. You're hoping, man, I hope something's not going on that's a little nefarious here, but it ultimately ended up being really not that big of a deal. Junis was able to make a couple of really nice pitches, and you can see that great play by Schneemann right there, having to go down to his knees. Ultimately, I think pitching-wise, they threw the ball really well, the entire staff. I mean, Luis Ortiz, like you said, was fantastic. We talked about him getting in the strike zone early on in the count. That was very, very evident that he did that tonight. And his biggest issue is that horizontal ride that he has. You can see how much movement, he is allowed to get on those pitches, and sometimes that's so difficult to control. He was able to lock it in tonight, and boy, he cruised through 6 innings because of it.
Steven Kwan saying that there. Soriano had the Guardians number here this evening. The Guardians pitching staff doing its job, but unfortunately, the Guardians falling in Game 1 here tonight to the Angels. We got more coming up here on Guardians postgame. There you see it. Jacob Junis, he had the sleeves on, but he got the job done in the top of the 8th, but the Angels come away with a 4-1 victory here tonight.
The alpha dog among big league closers right here. Top of the food chain, Manuel Clase.
Jose Ramirez, one of the most unsung great players in the game of baseball.
Goodbye! That's why he needs his gamer. Swing! Cutter at 100 miles per hour coming at you. Home run, Jose Ramirez.
Best power, speed, and run production is Jose Ramirez, and Jose Ramirez. He's a complete player.
Ball game! Swing and a miss. Bucket. You get into the 9th inning, done deal.
The power of baseball goes beyond the field.
We're able to use our platform and let these kids know that dreams are reachable.
It's very important to leave something behind to show our gratitude.
stand up to cancer.
We are Jackie Robinson.
Together. 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 Together.
Tonight, fireworks are back in full swing here at Progressive Field. Unfortunately, the Angels coming away with the Game 1 victory 4-1. Let's head back downstairs now and hear from Luis Ortiz.
Louis, first strikes seemed like a big thing to do. How much does that help you get going and get a good rhythm tonight?
Primer inning parece como que es bastante importante para ti hoy. ¿Qué tan importante fue eso para agarrar ese ritmo y tener una buena noche como hoy?
No, yo desde que salí fue agresivo todo el tiempo, ¿me entiendes? La agresividad lo es todo y la confianza.
Yeah, I was trying to be aggressive from the get-go. I feel like being aggressive and the confidence for me is everything that allows me to pitch.
Did you hit on the backside, and how much did that affect you or not affect you at all?
Cuando te pegó en la parte trasera, ¿sabes qué tanto te afectó o no te afectó después de ir en el juego?
No, a mí no me afectó nada. Tú ves que yo seguí igualito, ¿me entiendes? Yo no le paré a eso. Yo seguí lo que era haciendo mi trabajo y ejecutando mi picheo.
Yeah, it didn't affect me at all. I felt like after that I just continued executing my pitches and trying to throw strikes.
Jose's hit streak came to an end tonight, but he made a couple of really nice defensive plays. One turn of the double play, the other one on that backhand on the Soler grounder. Just what's that say about him, even when his hit streak comes to an end, he can still impact the game in a lot of different ways?
¿Qué dice José Ramírez, que aunque no pudo continuar su racha de juego con hit, también pudo llevar al equipo de gran manera defensiva con las diferentes jugadas que hizo?
No he hablado con él sobre eso todavía, ¿me entiendes? De que él siguiera continuando dando el hit, ¿me entiendes? Y otra cosa es, yo confío en él, yo sé que él es un tipo que tiene buena mano, yo sé que por ahí es muy difícil que pase cualquier cosa. Él es un tipo que siempre está activo y siempre nos ayuda a nosotros también, como nosotros le ayudamos a ellos.
Yeah, we know he can help us in many ways, and I have that confidence in him and that trust that I know that he can help us in many ways, and especially defensively as well.
Well, the Guardians will look to get back after it tomorrow afternoon. First pitch is set for 4:10. We'll see Hendricks and Ciccone here tomorrow. And Chris, what are you looking forward to when it comes to this pitching matchup?
Well, I'm excited to see Slade throw first and foremost. This will be his first home start. He's done a very, very good job in his 2 young starts on this season. There was a reason that they went out and acquired this guy for Josh Naylor. You're starting to see bits and pieces of that be put together. He's got an elite fastball with really, really good spin. I'm excited to see how it plays at home tomorrow.
The Guardians looking for a little revenge come tomorrow afternoon, and we'll have all of your coverage right back here on Guardians TV. That's going to do it for Guardians post-game. Enjoy the fireworks show if you're out here in downtown Cleveland.
Or if you can hear it.
Yeah, I was going to say,
if you can hear it.
The Guardians falling to the Angels tonight, 4-1. For Chris Jimenez and our entire crew, I'm Kaylee Griffin. We'll see you tomorrow.